Alright, shalom, shalom. First and foremost, I'd like to give all praise, honor, and glory to the Most High God, Yahweh, due to the name's only God's Son, Mashiach Yahushua, who is regularly called Jesus Christ. Shema Yahshua, Yahweh, Hayinaw, Yahweh. Okay, back with another Shabbat service, teaching the law and the prophets, learning the wisdom. Make sure people are fed weekly. Make sure, Israel understands the laws that the Most High put here. Check. So just making sure that the Most High, so that Israel knows the laws that the Most High put here for us. All right, because it's our duty as watchmen of Israel. Okay, all Israel is watchmen over each other. All right, so everyone should be paying attention to the signs. All right, pay attention to the wonders. Pay attention to what's going on around them. All right, let each other know. Okay, and it is your duty, according to Matthew 5, I believe 18, to teach men the laws, statutes, and commandments, so you be called great in the kingdom of heaven. Okay? So in order to be called great in the kingdom of heaven, you must keep the law and also teach men so. And then it says, if you don't keep the law and teach men so not to keep the law, you're going to be called least in the kingdom of heaven. So if you want to be called great in the kingdom of heaven, you have to keep the law, and not just keep the law for yourself, but teach people to keep the law, right? It is your duty to go to the highways, byways, all right? Shew, like the Most High said, shew his people their transgressions, all right, without compromise, okay? Without, how should I say it? No remorse, with no holdback, right? So this is why we are ordained to do the Shabbat service, okay? So just gonna go to a couple precepts. Says Matthew 5:18. Verse 19. Whosoever therefore shall break one of these least commandments and shall teach men so, he shall be called least in the kingdom of heaven. But whosoever shall do and teach them, the same shall be called great in the kingdom of heaven. All right, it is said, those that break the least commandments. What's the least commandments? The least commandments are dietary, ceremonial, not cutting your beard, not putting a razor to your head, right? Those are least commandments. Those are commandments that can easily be kept. Right? That when you come into the truth, that's really the first thing you learn is the dietary, what to eat and not to eat. That's the first thing you get taught. Right? But you still have people that don't keep the dietary. Right? So those people that know and still do not keep the least commandments, we call least in the kingdom of heaven. But those that do them and teach men also, we call great. right? And I know, man, I know y'all seen that Will Smith Chris Rock thing, right? This is Matthew chapter 5, verse 21. You have heard that it was said by them of old time, thou shalt not kill, and whosoever shall kill shall be in danger of the judgment, right? So if you murder somebody, right? Not kill, but murder. If you murder somebody, you are in danger of judgment, right? Verse 22. But I say unto you, that whosoever is angry with his brother without a cause shall be in danger of the judgment, right? You are angry at your brother without a cause, you are in danger of judgment. And there is no reason Will Smith should have slapped that man, right? There is a reason, but there is no reason why. He has his own reasons, and those reasons are very unwise. Okay. Shall say to his brother, Rakah, shall be in danger of the council, but whosoever shall say, thou fool, shall be in danger of hellfire. Therefore, if thou bring thy gift to the altar, and there rememberest that thy brother hath aught against thee, leave there thy gift before the altar, and go thy way. First be reconciled to thy brother, then come offer thy gift. So it said, if you come to the altar to make a sacrifice, but you have an ought with your brother, like you have something against your brother, then don't make that sacrifice. Leave that gift there and go speak with your brother. Same thing. When you go to the street corners, you're making yourself a living sacrifice, right? So before you go make that living sacrifice, before you go hold camp, you need to make sure that anything with your brother is okay. Make sure that you don't have an ought with your brother before you go teach the Most High's word, before you go make yourself a living sacrifice. Okay? Give me 1 sec. Um, I don't know, let's go to Isaiah. Like I was saying before, supposed to come out here and show our people their transgressions, right? Isaiah 58:1. Cry aloud, spare not, lift up thy voice like a trumpet, shew my people their transgressions, and the house of Jacob their sins, right? Supposed to cry aloud, man, we're watchmen unto the house of Israel. And yet they seek me daily and delight to know my ways as a nation that did righteousness and forsook not the ordinance of their God. They ask of me the ordinances of justice. They take delight in approaching to God. Right? That's how we used to be. We used to delight in the judgment of the Most High. We used to delight in seeking the Most High, going to the Most High. And now we don't think nothing of him. Right? That one precept that says, oh, I got it. Hold on, give me 1 second. Give me 1 second. Got it right here. Um, the ox. Yes, Isaiah 1 and 3. Let's get this. All right, we used to delight seeking the Most High, but now we don't even bring it to mind of the Most High. We got atheists, right? Isaiah 1 and 3. The ox knoweth his owner, the ass his master's crib. But Israel doeth not know, my people doeth not consider. We're not even considering the Most High right now. Our people are just going on about their day, living life, right? Not even considering that there's a God that has put laws, statutes, and commandments here for us, right? Sinful nation, a people laden with iniquity, and seed of evildoers, children that are corrupters. They have forsaken the Lord. They have provoked the Holy One of Israel unto anger. They are gone away backward, right? We have provoked the Most High to anger, and that's why we're being judged right now, right? Not keeping the laws, right? Doing our brothers wrong, you know what I'm saying? Not keeping the least commandments. And that's something that you have to understand is you have to keep the least commandments. And the least commandments is moral laws, civil laws, dietary laws, and your ceremonial laws, right? Your morals. What's up with your morals, right? Your morals is how you deal with certain situations. You know what I'm saying? You know, how you deal. Now, that's more civil, but it's just how you think of things. You know what I'm saying? It's the way you think messed up, right? That's your morals. You know what I'm saying? Civil is how you deal with your brother, you deal with other people, right? Your dietary, that's your food, things you put in your belly. You know what I'm saying? Your ceremonial has to do with feast days. Your feast days could be marriage. You know what I'm saying? That's your ceremonial. All right. Ceremonial is also, you know what I'm saying, the releasing of your flowers. That's your ceremony as well. You know what I'm saying? A lot of things that go into a ceremony. You know what I'm saying? So
Hey, shalom, everybody. Yahweh Shem Yahshua Barakatham. Boom, boom, boom. Boom, 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 boom. And we're going to do the prayers after we're going to get this started. Trying something different again, building everything up. So Hey, TORAH Leviticus, Yahweh Shema Shabbat. I got that little white box inside my backpack. Next week, I'm gonna be doing live classes from another state to be continued. I'm not sure yet. I'll let y'all know, but it's gonna be beautiful through the spirit of Yahweh Shema Shai. Let me see something. Boom, boom. I want to pull a precept for y'all, man, because I heard the bond talking about sacrifices. This is 1 Samuel chapter 15. Where you at? We can move this to the side. Knock it over. The water. Okay. This is 1 Samuel chapter 15, verse 22. And Samuel said, all right, I'm just going off this because the bond went real quick, and I just want to put this out there. Right. Okay. Now you can see my face. So this 1 Samuel chapter 15, verse 22. And Samuel said, hath the Lord as great delight in burnt offerings and sacrifices? Does the Most High have great delight in burnt offerings and sacrifices? No, he don't have great delight in either one of those. But those burnt offerings and those sacrifices are for a reason. They're for a reason. Burnt offerings and sacrifices are for a reason. And let me just show you through the spirit, since we're already here. So when it comes to sacrifices, you have your burnt sacrifices, right? And you have meat offerings, oblation of meat offerings. Then you have your peace offerings. And then you have your sin offerings, right? And then you have your trespass offerings, right? And then you have your ignorance offerings. Those are just peace offerings. There's different type of offerings. So Samuel is speaking allegorically. He says in 1 Samuel 15 and 22, and Samuel said, have the Lord as great delight in burnt offerings and sacrifices? Now watch this. As in obeying the voice of the Lord. So there's a difference. Does the Most High have great delight in burnt offerings and sacrifices as in obeying the voice of the Lord? Does he delight more in burnt offerings and sacrifices or obeying it? Which one does he have delight in more? Right? Behold, to obey is better than sacrifices, and to hearken than the fat of rams. To hearken than the fat of rams. To obey and listen is better than any one of them. So instead of being disobedient, listen. That's what he's saying. All right. We're about to get to this. Dun, 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 dun. Happy New Year, Yasharala. Happy Nissan. Nissan is a bib. All right. Boom. Boom. All right. So we're going to start at Leviticus chapter 15, verse 33. All right. So let's get there. And we're going to end up at Leviticus 19 and 37. And then we're going to go over to Proverbs, start at chapter 16, and end at chapter 20, verse 30. And then we're going to go to Ecclesiasticus chapter 25, verse 1. And then we're going to end at chapter 30, verse 25. All right. Because, all right, cool. Get that out of the way. All right. Cool. All right, this is the book of Leviticus, chapter 15, verse 33. And of her that is sick of her flowers, and of him that hath an issue, of the man and of the woman, and of him that lieth with her, which is unclean. And what they were talking about, if I will, when you go back to Leviticus 15 and 25, if a woman have an issue of her blood many days out of the time of her separation, or if it run beyond the time of her separation, all the days of the issue of her uncleanness shall be as the days of her separation. She shall be unclean. So if her days go beyond, those days will still be as her days of separation, meaning she will still be separated from people. So if your woman menstrual period usually always go 2 to 3 days or 4 days, and it still lingers on, she's still unclean. Okay? Now we can go up to 24. It says, and if any man lie with her at all, and her flowers be upon him, he shall be unclean 7 days. And all the bed wherein he lieth shall be unclean. Meaning, if that man went to bed with her and she just happened to be on her period, he gonna be unclean for 7 days. So he was riding a red horse. That's it. And then you go into verse 26. Every bed whereon she lieth, all the days of her issue shall be unto her as the bed of her separation. And whatsoever she sitteth upon shall be unclean, as the uncleanness of her separation. So if she sits on anything, she's unclean. So it's always best to just have your wife in a separate room. It's always good to have your wife in a separate room. You know what I'm saying? When she's on her period. And if you can't do that, because I've done it before, man, with my wife, and she got a daughter, and her, she's on her period, and everybody around the house. It's just, them two have to really try not to touch nobody or stay in one spot. Don't wash no dishes, don't do no chores, don't touch nothing. Okay? And that's how it's done. They don't touch nothing at all. Everybody, them women are in the room, washing it. When they get about that time they done, they go do what they got to do. They go from what they got to do, go right back to their spot. It's hard in captivity to keep that one, but it's best the Most High see you doing it and keeping it. All right. So now let's go over to chapter 16. All right. So now we're going to go over on how the high priest, right, must enter into the holy place. All right. And we're going to go over the sin offering for himself. All right. The sin offering for himself. All right. The sin offering for the people. The scapegoat, the yearly feast of expiations. I don't know. Sorry. It's just hard to pronounce that word. All right. Verse 1. And the Lord spake unto Moses after the death of his two sons of Aaron, when they offered before the Lord and died. Remember, they offered strange incense, they were doing strange things, meaning that they were doing something they were not told to do. All right. They went out there with their censers and put the incense on there and lit, like they was trying to get the Most High to speak. Because when you put things on that censer, those incense, you take them behind the veil and you put it on the mercy seat, and it smokes between the two cherubims, and the Most High speaks through the two cherubims. Well, he has the angels speak through the two cherubims, that little light that lights up between the two cherubims. Okay. Verse 2. And the Lord said unto Moses, speak unto Aaron thy brother, that he come not at all times in the holy place within the veil before the mercy seat, which is upon the ark, that he die not. For I will appear in the cloud upon the mercy seat. Thus shall Aaron come in to the holy place with a young bullock for a sin offering, and a ram for a burnt offering. He shall put on the holy linen coat, and he shall have the linen breeches upon his flesh, and shall be girded with a linen girdle, with a linen mitre shall he be attired. These are the holy garments. Therefore shall he wash his flesh in water, and so put them on. So he's going to have to wash himself first before he put on the holy garments. Verse 5. And he shall take the congregation of the children of Israel, 2 kids of the goats for a sin offering, and 1 ram for a burnt offering. So in these holy garments, he's going to go in there with his holy garments, and he's going there with his mitre on and everything else, right? And he's going to have a little box right here too as well. And he's going to go grab the goat for the scapegoat and for the sin offering. These are sin offerings, right? Because people have sinned. So it's better to be obedient than to sin. That way this stuff won't happen. All right. Verse 6. And Aaron shall offer his bullock of the sin offering, which is for himself, right? And make an atonement for himself and for his house. I mean, his own house, and his wife and kids and everything else. All right. He's making a reconciliation of the things that he done bad or things he don't know he done bad. All right. That he die not. That's why the Most High told, hey, tell Aaron that, let me see. Verse 2. And the Lord said unto Moses, speak unto Aaron thy brother, that he come not at all times into the holy place within the veil, before the mercy seat, which is upon the ark, that he die not. For I will appear in the cloud upon the mercy seat. The cloud, that censer, and the incense smoke that come up, I will appear in the cloud. So in between those two cherubims is going to be that voice. He said, I will appear in the cloud. All right. That's why Aaron's 2 kids died, because they wasn't supposed to do that. That's not their job. He didn't tell them to do it. He's not speaking to. He said he goes, Most High say. All right. Now back to verse 7. And he shall take the 2 goats and present them before the Lord at the door of the tabernacle of the congregation. And Aaron shall cast lots upon the 2 goats, 1 lot for the Lord, and the other lot for the scapegoat. Which ones are going to be burnt for the Lord? So you can, all right. You know what I'm saying? One's going to be for the sins of scapegoat, for the goat to just fly into the wilderness somewhere. Not fly, but run. And Aaron shall bring the goat upon which the Lord's lot fell, and offer him for a sin offering. But the goat on which the lot fell to be the scapegoat shall be presented alive before the Lord to make an atonement with him, and to let him go for a scapegoat into the wilderness. So one's going to be burnt and one's going to be a scapegoat. But that scapegoat's the one's going to have the sins on them too. And the other goat is going to be for, instead of the Most High killing Aaron, he's going to kill that goat. Goats that sacrifice for you. The goat's taking that sacrifice. Like Hamashiach Yahushua for us, instead of the Most High killing all of us, he killed his son. His son died for us. He was the sacrifice. All right. Verse 11. And Aaron shall bring the bullock of the sin offering, which is for himself, and shall make an atonement for himself and for his house, and shall kill the bullock of the sin offering, which is for himself. All right. And he shall take a censer full of burning coals of fire from off the altar before the Lord, and his hands full of sweet incense beaten small, and bring it within the veil. And he shall put the incense upon the fire before the Lord, that the cloud of the incense may cover the mercy seat that is upon the testimony, that he died not. And he shall take of the blood of the bullock and sprinkle it with his finger upon the mercy seat eastward, and before the mercy seat shall he sprinkle of the blood with his finger 7 times. Then shall he kill the goat of the sin offering that is for the people, and bring his blood within the veil, and do with the blood as he did with the blood of the bullock, and sprinkle it upon the mercy seat and before the seat. All right? So now you see what's going on. The incense beating small, the smoke that's going to cover the mercy seat, all that incense smoke. Imagine we like those little incense, you know what I'm saying, little sticks, but this was a censer full of incense, like piled up in there, and it's going to cover the mercy seat. Not just the mercy seat, the whole veil is going to cover it. All right. So remember, the blood is going to be sprinkled upon the mercy seat and before the mercy seat. So on the mercy seat and in front of it, sprinkled 7 times, blood. To know that sacrifice from that goat, that blood is spilled. That's how I want to see the blood spilt. Okay? Verse 17. And there shall be no man in the tabernacle of the congregation when he goeth in to make an atonement in the holy place, until he come out and have made an atonement for himself and for his household and for all the congregation of Israel. Because on the mercy seat, that's where the Most High is going to speak to him. Ain't nobody going to be in the tabernacle when he speaks to him. He don't want nobody to hear what he got to say. Only Aaron is going to hear what he has to say. All right? Verse 18. And he shall go out unto the altar that is before the Lord, and make an atonement for it, and shall take of the blood of the bullock and of the blood of the goat, and put it upon the horns of the altar round about. And he shall sprinkle of the blood upon it with his finger 7 times, and cleanse it, and hallow it from the uncleanness of the children of Israel. And we have made an end of reconciling the holy place, and the tabernacle of the congregation, and the altar. He shall bring the live goat. Now, this is what we talk about with the church. This is what we talk about with the church, right? Excuse me. Y'all are that live goat. When you're in that church, you are the live goat. You are that live goat. Watch this. Let me see. Now, people come up to you. Can I pray for you, brother? And then they put their hands on you, on your head, on your shoulder. They can't touch your head. They try to touch your shoulder, but they want to touch your head. They want to put their hand on your head. That's where they want to put it. Okay? And Aaron shall lay both his hands upon the head of the live goat, which is you, and confess over him all the iniquity of the children of Israel. Lord, forgive this brother for the sins that they did. Abba, please, Lord, 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 have mercy on us, Lord. All of us, Lord, putting their hands on them, doing just that. And all their transgressions and all their sins, putting them upon the head of the goat, and shall send him away by the hand of a fit man into the wilderness. And the goat shall bear upon him all their iniquity unto a land not inhabited, and he shall let go the goat in the wilderness. And Aaron shall come into the tabernacle of the congregation, and shall put off the linen garments which he put on when he went in the holy place, and shall leave them there. And he shall wash his flesh with water in the holy place, and put on his garments, and come forth, and offer burnt offerings, and the burnt offering of the people, and make an atonement for himself and for the people. And the fat of the sin offering shall be burnt, and the fat of the sin offering shall he burn upon the altar. And he that let go the goat for the scapegoat shall wash his clothes, and bathe his flesh in water, and afterward come into the camp. And the bullock for the sin offering, right? And the goat for the sin offering, whose blood was brought in to make an atonement in the holy place, shall one carry forth without the camp of a fit man, right? And they shall burn in the fire their skin and their flesh and their dung. Well, this is not from a fit man. This is just for anybody of the Levites with Aaron and them that they're going to go put the dung over there, okay? So shall one carry forth without the camp, and they shall burn in the fire their skin and their flesh and their dung. And he that burneth them shall wash his clothes and bathe all his flesh in water, and afterward he shall come into the camp. And this shall be a statute forever unto you, that in the 17th month, on the 10th day of the month, ye shall afflict your souls. This is called what?
Atonement.
The atonement. The day of atonement. The day of reconciliation. Okay? Verse 29. And this shall be a statute forever unto you, that in the 7th month, on the 10th day of the month, ye shall afflict your souls, and do no work at all, whether it be one of your own country, or a stranger that sojourneth among you. For on that day shall the priest make an atonement for you to cleanse you, that ye may be clean from all your sins before the Lord. So if I was y'all, get a calendar right now, being that Thursday night was the first of the year. And from there, you'll be able to count. You'll be able to count. Always count on a bib. You're able to count your days. Remember, the day starts at night. From night to night is a day. So you got night, and then you got day, and that's the day. That's just daytime. So you got the night, and you got daytime. Or lighttime, daytime. Not the day, but daytime. All right, and then it's a new day. At night, new day. Remember, we started, when it first started in Genesis 1, it was dark pitch, no light. And then there was light. So you can say you got night, and then you got light. You don't even have to call it a day. All right, you can say daylight. Okay, verse 31. It shall be a Sabbath of rest unto you, And ye shall afflict your souls by a statute forever. And the priest whom he shall anoint and whom he shall consecrate to minister in the priest office in his father's stead shall make an atonement, and shall put on the linen clothes, even the holy garments. And he shall make an atonement for the holy sanctuary. And he shall make an atonement for the tabernacle of the congregation, and for the altar. And he shall make an atonement for the priests, and for all the people of the congregation. And this shall be an everlasting statute unto you, to make an atonement for the children of Israel, for all their sins once a year. And he did as the Lord commanded. And you see the law? Like, watch this. You can go to Exodus 3 and 12. Meet me there. Exodus chapter 3 and Exodus chapter 3, verse 10. Come now, therefore, and I will send thee unto Pharaoh, that thou mayest bring forth my people, the children of Israel, out of Egypt. And then when you go over here to Leviticus, right? For the sins of the world. This is Leviticus chapter 16, verse 34. And this shall be an everlasting statute unto you, to make an atonement for the children of Israel, for all their sins once a year. And he did as the Lord commanded Moshe, which is Moses. You can cut him with the law. so died, and the law was done away. He was sacrificed for all the sins of the world. Okay, cool. Bam, right there, clear cut. It says it in the law, man. Right there. Ain't no sunshine when she's gone. Man. Now we're on chapter 17. All right. This is Leviticus chapter 17, verse 1. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto Aaron and unto his sons, and unto all the children of Israel, and say unto them, This is the thing which the Lord hath commanded, saying, What man soever there be of the house of Israel that killeth any ox, or lamb, or goat in the camp, or that killeth it out of the camp, right, and bringeth it not unto the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, to offer an offering unto the Lord before the tabernacle of the Lord, blood shall be imputed unto that man. He hath shed blood. That man shall be cut off from amongst his people. Now, gotta understand that. Watch this. Let me see. Give me a second. Boom, boom. All right, we're gonna come back to that. I got precepts for that, so I ain't gonna leave that just untouched. I'm gonna have to find it because I got a breakdown for that. Because when it says in Leviticus 17 verse 3, what man soever there be of the house of Israel that killeth an ox or a lamb or goat in the camp, or that killeth it out of the camp, and bringeth it not unto the door of the tabernacle of the congregation to offer an offer unto the Lord before the tabernacle of the Lord, blood shall be imputed unto that man. He hath shed blood, and that man shall be cut off from among his people. All right? Because the Levites have their portion. There's different type of portions. There's different things that you must do. Okay? Because the Levites always get their portions. Everything is done properly. Being that said, okay, being that said, um, we're not doing sacrifices right. We're not. We don't have a temple. All right? We don't have those things. That don't mean some of these sacrifices you can't do, like a wave offering and stuff like that. There's still sacrifices you can do in here. You just got to study to show thyself approved. Okay. Now, if you were in a land far off, where the Most High set His name there, where you live now, and it's too far for you, you're gonna have to make it there. Okay. So here we go. This is Leviticus chapter 17, verse 5. To the end that hold on. Verse 5. To the end that the children of Israel may bring their sacrifices which they offer in the open field, even that they may bring them unto the Lord, unto the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, unto the priest, and offer them for a peace offering unto the Lord. Maybe you still get some of that. So, and the priest shall sprinkle the blood upon the altar of the Lord at the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, and burn the fat a sweet savor unto the Lord. And they shall no more offer their sacrifices unto devils, after whom they have gone a whoring. They shall be a statute forever unto them throughout their generations. Most High called us whores after you went a whoring. Verse 8. Hold on. Hey, through the Spirit, I'm going to have to get back to y'all because we did offerings. The priests got their portion. We always got our portion as well. So I'm going to get back to y'all on that, all right? And through the Spirit, you know, when I go over it, I'm gonna break it down for y'all and show y'all that we got some of those offerings. Okay, so that's to be continued. So here we go. Verse 6. And the priest shall sprinkle blood upon the altar to the it's tripping right there. Give me a second, y'all. All right, man, I got hungry. All right, so I'm gonna start back at verse 7. And they shall no more offer their sacrifices unto devils, after whom they have gone a whoring. They shall be a statute forever unto them throughout their generations. So uh when we was in Egypt, we were sacrificing unto devils, unto lies. All right, because the Egyptians, their gods aren't real. Their gods aren't real at all. Where's that? Let me find that. Okay, Psalms 96 and 5. I'm gonna write that in here. So Leviticus 17 and 7, and they shall no more offer their or sacrifices unto devils, after whom they have gone a whoring. There shall be a statute forever unto them throughout their generations. So if you over here celebrating Easter, Thanksgiving, Christmas, all these folly days, you are sacrificing unto devils. This is Psalms 96:5. For all the gods of the nations are idols, but the Lord made the heavens. Honor the majesty, and before him, strength and beauty are in his sanctuary. The Creator. Y'all always worship, our people are always worshiping the creation and not the Creator. Worship the Creator, not the creation. All right? That was Psalms 96:5. Now this is Leviticus 17:8. And thou shalt say unto them, whatsoever man there be of the house of Israel, or of the strangers, which sojourn among you, that offereth a offering or sacrifices, and bringeth it not unto the door of the tabernacle of the congregation to offer it unto the Lord, even that man shall be cut off from among his people. It had to be a law because our people was going off making sacrifices, and it was unto these devils. So that is to stop our people from doing it. And these heathens that be living around us on our land and working for us, they not allowed to make no sacrifices to other devils. We'll kill them right there. All right. Verse 9. And bringeth it not unto the tabernacle of the congregation to offer it unto the Lord, even that man shall be cut off from among his people. And whatsoever man there be of the house of Israel, or of the strangers that sojourneth among you, that eateth any manner of blood, I will even set my face against that soul that eateth blood, and will cut him off from among his people. For the life of the flesh is in the blood, and I have given it to you upon the altar to make an atonement, a reconciliation for your souls. For it is the blood that maketh an atonement for the soul, the reconciliation. So Genesis. This is Genesis chapter 9 and verse 4. But flesh with the life thereof, which is the blood thereof, shall you not eat. A lot of like the Moab and Ammon, they be doing that, like taking on the spirit of animals, different animals and stuff. And you got the elite, they like to eat the children's blood. And surely your blood of your lives will I require. At the hand of every beast will I require it. And at the hand of man, at the hand of every man's brother will I require the life of man. Now it goes into this. Watch this. Whoso sheddeth man's blood, by man shall his blood be shed. For in the image of God made he him. And that's those people that are shedding the innocent blood of children's blood. And they abducting these children and stealing them. Using them for sex trafficking and all kinds of stuff. Sex trafficking, these weird seances and stuff and sacrifices for the devil and everything else, and drinking the blood. You shed woman's blood, one man or man's blood, the Most High gonna do it to you. All right, it's Leviticus 17 and 12. Therefore I said unto the children of Israel, no soul of you shall eat blood, neither shall any stranger that sojourneth among you eat blood. And whatsoever man there be of the children of Israel, or of the strangers that sojourn among you, which hunteth and catcheth any beast or fowl that may be eaten, he shall even pour out the blood thereof, and cover it with dust. Again, verse 13. And whatsoever man there be of the children of Israel, or of the strangers that sojourn among you, which hunteth and catcheth any beast or fowl that may be eaten, he shall even pour out the blood thereof, and cover it with dust. For it is the life of all flesh. The blood of it is for the life thereof. Therefore I said unto the children of Israel, ye shall not eat the blood of no manner of flesh, for the life of the flesh is in the blood thereof. Whatsoever eateth it shall be cut off. So that's why when you have your chicken and everything else. You rinse, you soak it in cold water, and you pour salt over the water because the salt will draw out the blood. You want to make sure you take all the blood out of it. All right, verse 15. And every soul that eateth that which died of itself, or that which was torn with beasts, whether it be one of your own country or a stranger, he shall both wash his clothes and bathe himself in water, and be unclean until evening. Then shall he be clean. But if he wash them not, nor bathe himself, then he shall bear his iniquity. And that's why you always take a shower before sunset, like before dark. That way you clean. If you did something today and tonight you don't know, wash yourself where it's a new day. You don't get judged for it. All right? Always. I would. I always like to take a shower before dark. Wash all them sins off me. Make sure I got clean clothes and everything, man. That's why I'm judged. All right. Chapter 18. Now we're going into unlawful marriages, unlawful lust. This is a good one. I like this one. Hold on. Let me read my notes up here. Now, just to go back, when you go back to chapter Leviticus 17 and verse 7, and they shall no more offer their sacrifices unto devils, after whom they have gone a whoring. This shall be a statute forever unto them throughout their generations. Why? Because of the things that we was doing with the Egyptians. Mm-hmm. Because of the lies they were sacrificing unto. When our people started sacrificing the children, unlawful marriages, they was doing the Egyptians was sleeping with brothers, and brothers is sleeping with their little sisters and everything else. There was a lot of unlawful stuff going on. So these laws had to be made. But God, most high God didn't like that. Okay, here we go. Hold on, let me check some stuff out. Okay, here we go. Where did I pick that one? I get it. Okay. I don't even have to go over that one. Okay. This is Genesis chapter 18 and verse 1. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto the children of Israel, and say unto them, I am the Lord your God. After the doings of the land of Egypt wherein ye dwelt, shall ye not do. And after the doings of the land of Canaan, whither I bring you, shall ye not do. Neither shall ye walk in their ordinances. Ye shall do my judgments and keep my ordinances, to walk therein. I am the Lord your God. You shall therefore keep my statutes and my judgments, which if a man do, he shall live in them. I am the Lord. None of you, right? Talking about the children of Israel, none of you, yes, none of you shall approach any that is near of kin to him to uncover their nakedness. I am the Lord. Now it's about to go to who is near of kin. The nakedness of thy father or the nakedness of thy mother shalt thou not uncover. She is thy mother. Thou shalt not uncover her nakedness. What is the nakedness? Any man that has ever had relations with a woman, when he put her legs back towards her shoulders and it splits open, that right there is her nakedness. He saw it. Okay? Not from the, not when she's walking towards you, you can't see anything. But you shouldn't see her shame anyways. That's her shame and her breast and everything, her shame. But her nakedness is talking about the calf. It's where you insert your inside. That right there. You should not see that. Not of your mama. Okay? Now, your father. What should you not see of your father? It's his Johnson. That's his nakedness. If any man, that's their nakedness. All right? If any woman, that's their nakedness. All right. Verse 7, the nakedness of thy father or the nakedness of thy mother shalt thou not uncover. She is thy mother. Thou shalt not uncover her nakedness. Esau had us going off on this one. That's why, you got the saying motherfucker. Okay? Verse 8, the nakedness of thy father's wife shalt thou not uncover. It is thy father's nakedness. Your mama, you can't be doing that. Or his concubine, that's still your mother. You can't be doing it. The nakedness of thy sister, the daughter of thy father. The seed, that's your father's seed. You can't be doing it. You can't be having sex with your sister, your father's seed. Or daughter of thy mother. Or daughter of thy mother. And a lot of families, a man got had a baby with this woman, but she had another baby. You know what I mean? And that's a girl, and your son can't go over there to the mother because she has a daughter and he can't get with her. No, can't do that. Because y'all both came out the same mama. So verse 9. The nakedness of thy sister, the daughter of thy father, or daughter of thy mother, whether she be born at home or born abroad, even their nakedness thou shalt not uncover. Verse 10. The nakedness of thy son, daughter, thy son's multiple daughter, or of thy daughter's daughter, even their nakedness thou shalt not uncover, for theirs is thine own nakedness. So your son have a daughter, you can't mess with her. All right? And your daughter's daughter, you can't mess with her either. That is unlawful. That is your nakedness. They belong to you. All right? Verse 11. The nakedness of thy father's wives. One of our brothers did that. And that's why he got the eldest, for the eldest of the heir of inheriting things passed to Judah. He slept with our father's concubine. Thou shalt not uncover the nakedness of thy father's sister. Hold on. Verse 11. The nakedness of thy father's wives, plural, daughter. The nakedness of thy father's wives, daughter. All right? Meaning she didn't come out of the same, she came out of the same mother as you. Not talking about one that didn't come out of the same mother, okay? I mean, of any of your father's wives, they're the seed of your father. Those are your father's seeds. Begotten of thy father, she is thy sister. So, verse 11, the nakedness of thy father's wives, daughter, begotten of thy father, she is thy sister. Thou shalt not uncover her nakedness. Verse 12, thou shalt not uncover the nakedness of thy father's sister. She is thy father's near kinswoman. Thou shalt not uncover the nakedness of thy mother's sister, for she is thy mother's near kinswoman. All right? Thou shalt not uncover the nakedness of thy father's brother. Thou shalt not approach to his wife. She is thy aunt. Thou shalt not uncover the nakedness of thy daughter-in-law. She is thy son's wife. Thou shalt not uncover her nakedness. So now you know what a daughter-in-law is. All right? Your son married her. Today is like, you marry a woman that has kids, and that's not your daughter-in-law. That's not. That's another man's child. You can be unto a father to her, be a father to the fatherless, but it's still not your daughter. Verse 16, thou shalt not uncover the nakedness of thy brother's wife. It is thy brother's nakedness. Thou shalt not uncover the nakedness of a woman and her daughter. Neither shalt thou take her son's daughter, right? Or her daughter's daughter to uncover her nakedness, for they are near kinswoman. It is wickedness. Let's break 17 down a little bit. Thou shalt not uncover the nakedness of a woman and her daughter. Got some of that in Israel too. Neither shalt thou take her son's daughter. So the woman you married, you can't take her son's daughter. All right? Now, yeah, I'm going to take your son's daughter. You can't do that. Or her daughter's daughter. All right? The woman that you married, you married a woman and her daughter. Can't take her daughter. To uncover her nakedness, for they are her near kinswoman. It is wickedness. Neither shalt thou take a wife to her sister, to vex her, to uncover her nakedness beside the other in her lifetime. It's been a lot of brothers marrying this woman and her sister. But this is not talking about don't marry her sister. This is talking about don't marry sister to vex her. Like, you just did it on purpose. You just wanted to, do that to get under her skin, to make her jealous. That's all you were doing. Now, I should precept that with where'd that go? All right. Verse 20, Leviticus 18 and 20. So I think we're about to go into something else different. Let's see. Moreover, in verse 20, moreover, thou shalt not lie carnally with thy neighbor's wife to defile thyself with her. And thou shalt not let any of thy seed pass thorough to the fire of Molech. Neither shalt thou profane the name of thy God. I am the Lord. So this is all the stuff that we're doing in Egypt. Now, you got to pay attention to this to understand what you can do and what you cannot do. Okay? Verse 22. And thou shalt not lie with mankind as with womankind. It is an abomination. That is just some crazy stuff. How does that happen? How does that happen? Let's see. Go to Romans chapter 1, verse 25. We'll start from there. This is Romans chapter 1, verse 25. Who changed the truth of God into a lie and worshipped and served the creature more than the creator, who is blessed forever. Amen. The creature is man and woman. When you look in Genesis 1, I believe it's verse 17, the creature, right? Most High calls us creatures. Who worshipped and served the creature more than the creator? It's idolatry. That's in covetousness. That's coveting. That runs into what you call concupiscence. All right? That is an over sexual desire. Over sexual desire. A concupiscence. Okay? Verse 26. For this cause God gave them up unto vile affections. For even their own women did change their natural use into that which is against nature. What is against nature? For a woman to be with a woman. It's against nature. Can't be doing that. So that's a vile affection. Vile affections. Right? Verse 27. And likewise also the men, leaving the natural use of the woman, burned in their flesh one toward another. Men with men working that which is unseemingly, unnecessary, working that is unnecessary, and receiving in themselves that recompense of their error which was meet. It was necessary to meet that right there. You destroyed yourself. And even as they did not like to retain God in their knowledge, God gave them over to a reprobate mind. You don't believe in nothing. You don't believe in nothing. So he gave you over to a reprobate mind. To do those things which are not convenient, being filled with all unrighteousness, fornications, idolatry, wickedness, covetousness, concupiscence, over sexual desires, maliciousness, unlawful hatred, just hating God for no reason. You got no reason to do that. Full of envy, murder, debate, deceit, malignity, whisperers, backbiters, haters of God, despiteful, proud, boasters, inventors of evil things, disobedient to parents, without understanding, covenant breakers, without natural affection, and implacable, unmerciful, who knowing the judgment of God, that they which commit such things are worthy of death, not only do the same, but have pleasure in them that do them. Y'all just love to do that. Love for a man to see another man seeing another man's nakedness. Doing that which is unseemly. It's unnecessary, man. It's left a natural use. He said you knew better. You know better. They know better. Don't think of homosexual man and a lesbian woman don't know better. They know it's wrong, but they are burned in their lust. All right. So let me go back to Leviticus 18:22. Thou shalt not lie with mankind as with womankind. It is abomination. Neither shalt thou lie with any beast to defile thyself therewith. Neither shall any woman stand before a beast to lie down thereto. It is confusion. Bestiality. You got donkey shows over here in TJ. They still got those donkey shows, Nicole?
I don't know. I never went to one. I heard of them.
Yeah, you heard of them, huh?
Yeah, but I never went to one. When I was trying to put them in the spot, they still got them. Like, I don't know.
Insane, man.
I have heard of them, but I never went. The only stuff I used to do back then was the straight ones.
I don't think I want to see that. I'm pretty sure if you go on YouTube, you'll find it. But I advise you not to. Why? For one, you can always use your imagination. Even though that's abomination, don't even think about it. Two, when you see it, it's going to be in your head for a long time. It's going to be hard to get it out. Watch, pay attention to what you see. Okay? Not always good. Verse 24. Defile not you yourselves in any of these things. For in all these, the nations are defiled, which I cast out before you. So now you know why the Most High cast out nations and give us their land. All right? I should put that. Psalms 96:5. All right, cool. Verse 25. Leviticus 18, verse 25. And the land is defiled. Therefore I do visit the iniquity thereof upon it. And the land itself vomiteth out her inhabitants. Ye shall therefore keep my statutes and my judgments, and shall not commit any of these abominations, neither any of your own nation, nor any stranger that sojourneth among you. For all these abominations have the men of the land done, which were before you, and the land is defiled. The land spew not you out also, that the land spew you not out also, when ye defile it, as it spewed out the nations that were before you. For whatsoever shall commit any of these abominations, even the souls that commit them shall be cut off from among their people. Therefore shall ye keep my ordinances, that ye commit not any one of these abominable customs, which were committed before you, and that ye defile not yourselves therein. I am the Lord your God. And how you prove that? Who's he talking to? He's talking to Israel. Exodus 3:10. For Israel is his people. And then you can also go to Leviticus 18, talk about the children of Israel. And then you can go over here to Leviticus chapter 16, verse 34. Saying the same thing. You can cut them just like this, man. You don't need too much of anything. You know, just cut them just with the law. Cut them with the law, man. You don't really need anything else. Promise you that. You can just cut them up with the law. Just right here in the law. Right here in the law. He's spewing these peoples out. What sin? So if these people sin, Christ came back to take their sin. It says right here, he's going to spew them out. Even the other nations. So When you go to Leviticus 18, you start at 24. Defile not yourselves do not defile not yourselves in any of these things, for in all these the nations are defiled, which I cast out before you. So if Israel's right here, I'm Israel, and before me, I'm looking at these nations being cast out. Those nations. So if those nations are being cast out, the Most High is saying this over here. Leviticus 16 and 34. And this shall be an everlasting statute unto you, to make an atonement for the children of Israel for all their sins once a year. And he did as the Lord commanded. For all their sins. It was always an atonement made for the children of Israel's sins, not the nations. That's the case. Why wasn't these other nations able to make any sacrifices? Because they're not his people. Then you go to Exodus, 3 and 10. So those are his people. Then you can go back over to Leviticus 18 and 30. Therefore shall ye keep my ordinances, that ye may commit not any one of these abominable customs, which were committed before you. We can go back to the beginning of 18. You can kill them with the law. The law itself bear witness, man. So then we get, all right, cool. So we're going to go over here to the New Testament. Now you're going to have to prove to me who they get it. They get an atonement. It was always Israel that ever got the atonement, because Yahushua was the ultimate sacrifice. You can use the whole book, man, but the law is the beater. The law is the beater. You always beat them in the head with the law, man. They can't go nowhere, because you can already prove the law was not done away with. Bam, bam, bam. You go Leviticus 1 and knock them out the frame with it. Knock them out the box. Use it just like that. All right. Beautiful thing is a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing. All right. We're about to start on this last chapter in the law, Leviticus 19. Watch this. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto all the congregation of the children of Israel, and say unto them, Ye shall be holy, for the Lord your God am holy. Ye shall fear every man his mother and his father, and keep my Sabbaths. I am the Lord your God. Fear, meaning honor and respect. You should show respect to every father and mother. Don't you be disrespecting these elders like that. Show honor, man. You ain't supposed to go to nobody's house and disrespect their parents' house. All y'all popping in, y'all just missed a breakdown of Leviticus 18. Y'all gonna have to go back on the video. Leviticus 18 is a beautiful, beautiful thing, man. That's how you make a strong nation. Knowing Leviticus 18 helps you make a strong family. Strong neighborhood. Powerful. Powerful, powerful, powerful. And it's also a way to help the motherless and the fatherless. It's also a way to help the motherless and the fatherless. Y'all see what I'm talking about when it comes to that?
Yes.
Do y'all know what I mean when I say that?
Yeah.
Well, they call you the truth. Right? So, let's say you go get with Claudia. You know what I'm saying? I mean, Lupe. They'll give Lupe. Lupe got a daughter. Right? You got a son. You know what I mean? You need to give her to a good young man. Well, you raised your son. You keep the truth to everything. She has a good daughter that you're now raising. You know what I'm saying? She's at the time where she needs a husband. Should you go somewhere else and find her a husband that you don't like really trust? Is like, damn, I didn't keep shit going good. Everything got to be going good. Why not just give that young lady that's not your daughter, it's another man's child that you're helping to take care of, to your son, and she's a wife for your son. Boom. Now she has a good husband. They both know each other. They lived in the same house and going through the same rules and everything else. That's now her husband. Boom. Right there. Your brother has a son that's in the truth too. No, has a daughter that's in the truth too. You know what I'm saying? You have a son, another son. No, hold on. Your brother has a son in the truth, and you have another daughter, so you can give that daughter to your brother for his son. Keep it just like that. It's not your daughter. You know what I'm saying? It's another man's daughter. You're just taking care of the father. But everybody gets a good husband and a good wife. You raising her for the past 4 years. She do everything that she's supposed to. Oh, building a nation. Now you have another son, right? And your brother and your brother has a daughter, right over there. So that's not unlawful, but you're trying to keep a strong neighborhood. So you take your son, send him over there to your wife's brother. You can send him over to your wife's brother because he has daughters. So you send your brother over. You send your brother over to your wife's brother that has a daughter, and he marries one of them. And then the thing is, when people start talking about it, it's like, well, ain't that what Jacob did? It's not an unrighteous thing. But it's stupid that you got all these nephews and nieces around and you let them get with motherfuckers way across country and shit that they never know. You don't know what they do when you can build your community up just like that. Yeah. Everybody knows everybody. And all this new shit talking about kissing cousins, man, shut up. Basically, you're saying the Most High is a lie. You're making the Most High out to be a lie. He set it up that way like that. It's just a beautiful thing. It's a beautiful thing. Because it says right here in Leviticus 18, verse 12, Leviticus 18, verse 12, thou shalt not uncover the nakedness of thy father's sister. Jacob didn't go over there to his mom's brother or his mom's sister. He went to the cousins and got a wife. Bam. You got to read the Bible, know what the Most High tells you to do and what you can do. It's just better that way. I love the Lord, man. May the Most High have mercy on me, my family, my house, and my brothers. All right? And we're enduring out here, doing the best we can. All right? So here we go. It's Leviticus chapter 19, verse 1. No, verse 4. Turn ye not unto idols. Verse 4. Turn ye not unto idols, nor make to yourselves molten gods. I am the Lord your God. And if you offer a sacrifice of peace offerings unto the Lord, ye shall offer it at your own will. It shall be eaten the same day. Hold on. It shall be eaten the same day. Ye offer it on the morrow, and if out, remain until the third day. It shall be burnt in the fire. So now, ask the question. I knew we ate some of the sacrifices, man. You know what I'm saying? I wasn't crazy. I just proved my point right there. Verse 5, Leviticus 19, verse 5. But let me go over here to Leviticus 17, I'm going to start at verse 1. Leviticus 17, verse 1. And the Lord spake unto Moses, saying, Speak unto Aaron and unto his sons, and unto all the children of Israel, and say unto them, This is the thing which the Lord hath commanded, saying, What man soever there be of the house of Israel that killeth an ox, or a lamb, or goat in the camp, or that killeth it out of the camp, and bringeth it not unto the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, to offer an offering unto the Lord before the tabernacle of the Lord, blood shall be imputed unto that man. He hath shed blood, and that man shall be cut off from among his people. All right. To the end, the children of Israel may bring their sacrifice which they offer in the open field, even that they may bring them unto the Lord, unto the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, unto the priest, and offer them for peace offerings unto the Lord. Right? Now, when you go over here to Leviticus 19, answers that over there. So Leviticus chapter 19, verse 5. And if you offer a sacrifice of peace offerings unto the Lord, ye shall offer it at your own will. It shall be eaten the same day ye offer it. And on the morrow, and if aught remain until the third day, it shall be burnt in the fire. And if it be eaten at all on the third day, it is an abominable. It shall not be accepted. Therefore, everyone that eateth it shall bear his iniquity, because he hath profaned the hallowed things of the Lord, and that soul shall be cut off from among his people. So yes, when you make a sacrifice, a free will sacrifice, you give the priest their portion, you give the Most High their portion, his portion, and you get your portion. And it shall be eaten there. So it's like coming to a barbecue. Don't think of it in disrespect, like, yeah, we're just going to have a big barbecue. No. The Most High wants to see you eat it there. It's going to be with seasoning and everything. Is going to be seasoning and everything. And you sit and you eat it there. Bomb, huh? Right in front of the Most High, having a barbecue. I think that's where we got barbecue. So I'm gonna talk to the elders, man. Didn't people? Ain't that what we doing on the grill? Ain't that what we doing?
Yeah.
When you think about it, that's what we do when we barbecuing. That's what we're really doing. It's a sacrifice. We making a good smell and everything. Put mesquite chips. Y'all use those mesquite chips. The mesquite chips have your lamb on it. I'm trying to tell you. Last year, that mesquite.
Ceremony on it?
Huh?
For the ceremony on it?
Yeah. Because that's what I'm going to send. I'm going to send you the money to get the lamb and everything. And we're going to marinate that sucker. I'll marinate it. And then we're going to marinate both of them. And wrap it in plastic. And then put it in the freezer. So when it's time for that day, the night before, we'll thaw it out. And all that seasoning that be up in there going to be fire, man. Oh my God, I can taste it now. I can taste it. Wow. What?
Yeah.
We're good? I'm just imagining the taste, man. That lamb gonna be bomb. That lamb gonna be bomb, man. I'm trying to tell you. It's gonna be bomb. Okay. All right, Leviticus 19, verse 9. And when ye reap the harvest of your land, thou shalt not wholly reap the corners of the field, neither shalt thou gather the gleaning of thy harvest. And thou shalt glean thy vineyard, neither shalt thou gather every grape of thy vineyard. Thou shalt leave them for the poor and strangers. I am the Lord your God. Ye shall not steal, neither deal falsely, neither lie one to another. And ye shall not swear by my name falsely, neither shalt thou profane the name of thy God. I am the Lord. Thou shalt not defraud thy neighbor, neither rob him The wages of him that is hired shall not abide with thee all night. Again, from 11 to 13. Remember, verse 11. Ye shall not steal, neither deal falsely, neither lie one to another. That's a law. Verse 12. And ye shall not swear by my name falsely, neither shalt thou profane the name of thy God. I am the Lord. Thou shalt not defraud thy neighbor, neither rob him. The wages of him that is hired shall not abide with thee all night until the morning. Hired somebody to do a job. You should have paid him that day, but you kept the money and you wait till the next day to give it to him. You hid the wages of that hire. That's against the law. 14. Thou shalt not curse the deaf, nor put a stumbling block before the blind, but shalt fear thy God. I am the Lord. Right? Deaf or blind person. Or you can talk about the blind that really can't hear. You're putting a stumbling block that he can't hear the word of the Most High. You don't want to put a stumbling block before him. All right? Even the deaf that can't see what's going on. You don't want to put a stumbling block before him. So watch how you build. Okay? Verse 15. Ye shall do no unrighteousness in judgment. Thou shalt not respect the persons of the poor, nor honor the persons of the mighty. But in righteousness shalt thou judge thy neighbor. Thou shalt not go up and down as a talebearer among thy people, neither shalt thou stand against the blood of thy neighbor. I am the Lord. And a lot of people have that problem. If you talk to a brother about your business, and I've done that in the past, man, and I just, if it's personal, brothers, always tell the brothers, hey, man, this is personal. Don't tell nobody. All right? If it's a secret, you always let brothers know that it's something you want to talk to them about. Because a lot of brothers will counsel with their wives. And that's how their wives will be knowing everything. And some things you just don't tell your wife. You just don't. All right? Watch this. Micah 5 and 7. Remember, y'all should have a pen and paper writing this down. This is Micah chapter 5 and verse 7. And it reads, no, it's not. It's not it. Oh, it's Micah 7 and 5. All right. Micah 7 and 5 reads, trust ye not in a friend, put ye not confidence in a God. Keep the doors of thy mouth from her that lieth in thy bosom. Right? For the son dishonoreth the father, the daughter riseth up against her mother, the daughter-in-law against her mother-in-law. A man's enemies are the men of his own household. Because when they get mad, and even if they don't do that, you still can't trust them. Because they can get mad towards another brother and say something on Facebook. I'm not too sure everybody does that, but you just got to watch out for that. Because whatever you tell your wife, it may slip out her tongue. All right. And if she don't, she don't. It's just the Most High put it there for a reason. Just don't do it. Just don't do it. Because even if you do tell her and she don't say nothing, she's still making judgments of everybody that she shouldn't be making that judgment about. Remember that. Women do a lot of petty stuff. Petty hand. Leviticus 19 and 15. Hold on. Verse 17. Thou shalt not hate thy brother in thine heart. Thou shalt not in any wise rebuke thy neighbor and suffer sin upon him. That meaning, don't be mad at somebody and don't tell them what wrong they did to you. You can't do that. You cannot hate your brother in your heart. Just in your heart. It's in your mind. They can't read your mind. And anywise rebuke thy neighbor. That's in your mind. And not suffer sin upon him. And not telling them what he done wrong to you. It's in your mind. They don't know what's in your mind. You're supposed to tell them what's wrong. What they did wrong. You keep it in your mind. And guess what happens? Verse 18. Thou shalt not avenge nor bear any grudge against the children of thy people. But thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. I am the Lord. You yourself want somebody to tell you when they've done something wrong. But them keeping it in their head is going to cause you to what? That's why he said, no revenge nor bear any grudge against the children of thy people. But thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself. You will want somebody to tell you. So in your mind, don't be sitting here hating your brother or your sister in your mind and they don't know it. We're not mind readers. All right? Verse 19, you shall keep my statutes. You shall keep my statutes. Thou shalt not let thy cattle gender with a diverse kind. Thou shalt not sow thy field with mingled seed. Neither shall a garment mingled with linen and woolen come upon thee. So a garment with linen, right? A garment mingled with linen and woolen come upon thee. I know what linen is. Okay? And you can't be mixing dogs. You shall keep my statutes. Thou shalt not let thy cattle gender with a diverse kind. You got a bull terrier and a Staffordshire. You cannot breed them together. No. You got a pit bull and a chihuahua. You can't let them breed together. So if y'all get dogs, you can't get two different dogs because that dog gonna be trying to hump the other dog. You can't get two different dogs in the same house. It is against the law. Can't do it. Bet you that puts a damper in people's day right there. So if y'all got a bunch of dogs in your house, y'all better keep them separate and apart and better not let them apart. You're going to end up breaking the law.
You get two boys or two girls.
Huh?
Or you get two boys or two girls. Two boys or two girls.
Two boys and two girls, yeah. They can't mate with each other. That's it. Good one, Bon. Verse 29. And whosoever lieth carnally with a woman that is a bondmaid, betrothed to an husband, and not at all redeemed, nor freedom given her, she shall be scourged. They shall not be put to death because she was not free. That goes into a lot. Because a bondmaid belongs to somebody. But if she has a husband and an Israelite man lie with her, she can't be put to death. He can't be put to death. Why? Because she belonged to him. Crazy, huh? Every woman that works for a man belongs to him. Every man, every woman that works for another man belongs to that man. why the woman always worked for her husband. See that? I'll make the rule. I'll do my damn best to abide by them. Oh, you do that gubble war in your mind? Yeah. Most High judges the heart, how you think about the people. All right? So, verse 20. Whosoever lieth carnally with a woman that is a bondmaid, betrothed to an husband, and not at all redeemed, nor freedom given her, she shall be scourged. They shall not be put to death, because she was not free. And he shall bring his trespass offering unto the Lord, unto the door of the tabernacle of the congregation, even a ram for a trespass offering. And the priest shall make an atonement for her with the ram of the trespass offering before the Lord for his sin which he hath done. And the sin which he hath done shall be forgiven him. And when ye shall come into the land, and shall have planted all manner of trees for food, then ye shall count the fruit thereof as uncircumcised. 3 years shall it be uncircumcised unto you. It shall not be eaten of. But in the 4th year, all the fruit thereof shall be holy to praise the Lord withal. And in the 5th year shall ye eat of the fruit thereof, that it may yield unto you the increase thereof. I am the Lord your God. Ye shall not eat anything. So this is how you plant your stuff. You start planting a vineyard and everything else. This is how you do it. You gotta do it right. All right. But in these last days, I don't know. I'm gonna have to talk to some elders, get some counsel about this one. Because I'm gonna buy me some land and I'm gonna want to plant a vineyard for food and everything else. And do I gotta wait that long? What's up? We're gonna see. How you doing, man? Doing all right. Sure. I'm over here touching my belongings. What's that on your nose, man? Oh, you got it all. Come on, turn it up. So paranoid, that guy. Okay, back to it. Verse 26. Now, you should not eat anything with the blood, neither shall ye use enchantment, nor observer of times. My sign is this. My sign is that. This is my sign. I'm a Scorpio. I'm a Taurus. All that stupid stuff, man. Leave that stuff alone. You're talking about this is my sign. Like, this is how you act. No, you don't act like that. Where's the sign that tells you to be a good woman? Where's that sign? Where's that sign telling you to be a good brother? What sign is that? All these signs are just blah, 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 blah. Verse 27, ye should not round the corners of your heads, Michael Jordan bald, neither shalt thou mar the corners of thy beard, homosexual face bald. Okay? You shall not make any cuttings in your flesh for the dead. My brother Pookie died. I'm going to give Pookie's name right here. R.I.P. Pookie. All right? Nor print any marks upon you. I am the Lord. Nor just this right here. I didn't know, but I repented of it. I didn't get anything after I found that out. I am the Lord. This is Yahweh's words, not mine. Verse 28. Verse 29. Do not prostitute thy daughter to cause her to be a whore, lest the land fill to whoredom, and the land become full of wickedness. You shall no prostituting out other men's daughters too. Making her out to a whore. Make her out here sleeping for money. You know what I mean? You know how you can whore your daughter out too? The way she dressed. That is a start. She's not modest. She walks outside that door, she looks like a stink hole. She's not modest, she's not covered up. And a lot of our women like this, well, you're going to see my booty anyway. At least we won't see a camel toe. Verse 30. You shall keep my Sabbath and reverence my sanctuary. I am the Lord. So now, who said that they don't have to keep the Sabbath? Brother's going off. Brother's going off, man. Going off, man. Verse 31. Regard not them that have familiar spirits, neither seek after wizards to be defiled by them. I am the Lord your God. Familiar spirits. Ghost. Whoopi Goldberg. Patrick Swayze took over her body. Okay. Wizards. People doing magic, like magic shows. You just got a wizard to do anything for you. Don't even go to magic shows. I am the Lord. The movie Ghost, like I said. Verse 32. Thou shalt not raise up before the hoary head. Thou shalt raise up before the hoary head and honor the face of the old man and fear thy God. I am the Lord. Hoary head is the old man. Who's the old man in the house? That's me. Wake up before me and do your chores. I don't have no gray hairs, but I'm the hoary head. All right. And if a stranger sojourn with thee in your land, ye shall nor vex him. This is an Israelite stranger. But the stranger that dwelleth with you shall be as one born amongst you, and thou shalt love him as thyself. For ye were strangers in the land of Egypt. I am the Lord your God. Ye shall do no unrighteous in judgment, in meteor, in weight, or in measure. Because the Most High, a false balance is an abomination unto the Most High. So everything has to be a just weight. Verse 36. Just balances, just weight, a just ephah, and a just hin shall ye have. I am the Lord your God, which brought you out of the land of Egypt. Therefore shall you observe all my statutes and all my judgments, and do them. I am the Lord. So you brothers, get counsel, man. You in an argument with your wife, get counsel of the Most High. Go to your brothers, man. Get counsel. Open the scripture. Like, man, I'm having a problem with this. Don't be prideful, man. Get help. So you know you're doing the right thing. All right? Don't be ashamed. Oh, you got to call other men to help you run your family? Yeah. Because they know the scriptures. She got to go to her mom and them, right? Why can't you go to your brothers? Go to her home brother and her brother. Women go to other women to learn how to rule over you and shame you for going to your brothers. That is stupid. For you not to come and get the law of the Most High to figure this out. Come on now, brother. You got to think wisely. Wise as a serpent, harmless as a dove. You got to, man. Yeah, 3 years is a long time. So from there, we're about to go over here to Proverbs, man, 15. So go over there. Book of Proverbs. Book of Proverbs, chapter 16, verse 1. Through the Spirit. So let me use the bathroom. Give me 10 minutes. Y'all go do what y'all got to do. Come back at 2:36. All right.
pushing it back and pushing it sideways.
Yeah, I'm gonna get one of those twisty.
I know there's a spot.
Let's go. I don't know about these guys. Okay. Class time. All right. So Proverbs chapter 16, verse 1. The preparation of the heart in men and the answer of the tongue is from the Lord. Case in point, Matthew 10 and 19. Book of Matthew, chapter 10, and verse 19. It reads, 18. And ye shall be brought before governors and kings for my sake, for a testimony against them and the Gentiles. But when they deliver you up, take no thought, or how what ye shall speak, for it shall be given you in that same hour what ye shall speak. Right? For it is not ye that speak, but the Spirit of your Father which speaketh in you. All right. So when you go to Proverbs 16:1, that is just prophecy right there that's going to happen when you took it up. All right. But you got Proverbs 16:1, the preparations of the heart in men, and the answer of the tongue is from the Lord. All right. Men are clean in his own eyes, but the Lord weigheth the spirits. Every man is clean in his own eyes, but the Most High weigheth the spirits. The spirit that's on you. All right. He weighed the spirits like, okay, the spirit he's in ain't right. So he's going to weigh it, have it just on how he's going to judge you for what you're doing. All right. And you always got to know that that kakma, wisdom, is going to choose you in a day. All right. No, take that back. I'm not going to say it because I'm going to have to go through a breakdown. So the preparations of the heart in men and the answer of the tongue is from the Lord. All the ways of a man are clean in his own eyes, but the Lord weigheth the spirits. Commit thy works unto the Lord, and thy thoughts shall be established. So his works, that's how the Most High puts his words in you from reading. This right here. The preparations of man's heart. And the answer of the tongue is from the Lord, from you doing this right here, the preparation. And the thoughts is from the Lord. All right? So commit thy works unto the Lord, and thy thoughts shall be established. Verse 4. The Lord hath made all things for himself, yea, even the wicked for the day of evil. And what else did he create? Let's get there. Second Ezra 39. Second Ezra 39 and 28. And it reads, there be spirits that are created for vengeance, which in their fury they lay on sore strokes. And in the time of destruction they power out their force and appease the wrath of him that made them. Fire and hail and famine and death, all these were created for vengeance. So when you go right here in Proverbs 16 verse 4, the Lord hath made all things for himself. Those angels, those spirits, those are angels. Right? When you go to Psalms, Psalm is behind Proverbs. Psalms 104 and 4. Who maketh his angels spirits and his ministers a flame and fire. Who maketh his angels spirits, his ministers a flame and fire. Who maketh his angels spirits. So when I went over here to Sirach 39 and 28. Come on. And 28 in verse 28, there be spirits that are created for vengeance. These are angels that are created for vengeance, which in their fury lay on sore strokes in the time of destruction. They power out their force and appease the wrath of him that made them. Proverbs 16 and verse 4, the Lord hath made all things for himself, yea, even the wicked for the day of evil. He got different spirits and angels that do that. Everyone that is proud in heart is an abomination to the Lord. Though hand join in hand, he shall not be unpunished. You're a proud person. All right, this goes for man and woman. Verse 6, by mercy and truth, iniquity is purged, and by fear of the Lord, men depart from evil. When a man's ways please the Lord, he maketh even his enemies to be at peace with him. Better is a little with righteousness than great revenues. That's great income. Better is a little with righteousness. The little you have, but you're righteous. Better is that little you have. Righteousness, right? Better is a little with righteousness than great revenue, than great income without right. You got great income without righteousness, though. That's not cool. All that income you got, you're not even a righteous man. That makes no sense. To have all that income and you're an unrighteous man. All right? Verse 10, a divine sentence is in the lips of the king. His mouth transgresseth not in judgment. A just weight and balances are the Lord's. All the weights of the badge are his works. All the weights of the bag are his works. Every weight, that judgment that's in that bag, are his works. All right? It is an abomination to kings to commit wickedness. For the throne is established by righteousness. Righteous lips are the delight of kings, and they love him that speaketh right. The wrath of a king is a messengers of death. The wrath of a king is as messengers of death. But a wise man will pacify it. Again, righteous lips are the delight of kings. How you talk, your lips, what they come out, that tongue. And they love him that speaketh right. The wrath of a king is as messengers of death. So what is that? Once a king, you piss a king off, he gonna sin. His messengers out to kill you. But a wise man will pacify it. A wise man will just understand and watch his mouth, what he says and what he does. A wise man, watch your mouth. Watch what you do. And understand is I'm correcting myself at the same time I'm correcting y'all. That's a beautiful thing about being a teacher, because you're teaching people these things, but you're also correcting yourself. In the light of the king's countenance is life, and his favor is as a cloud of the later rain. How much better is it to get wisdom than gold, and to get understanding rather than chosen than silver? It's better to get wisdom than gold, because you got that wisdom. It'll teach you how to keep the gold. All right, verse 17. The highway of the upright is to depart from evil. He that keepeth his way preserveth his soul. The highway of the upright is to depart from evil. The highway of the upright, right? The highway of the upright is to depart from evil. That's that highway. It wants you to depart from evil, to stay on it. He that keepeth his way preserveth his soul. Pride goeth before destruction, and an haughty spirit before a fall. A proud person. I wrote it down here somewhere. Haughty. Haughty is proud. It's a haughty spirit. It's a proud person. All right. Verse 18. Pride goeth before destruction, and an haughty spirit before a fall. Better it is to be in humble spirit with the lowly than to divide the spoil with the proud. So better is to be with an humble spirit with the lowly. A humble spirit, a person with the lowly and the humble, right? Because when you with them, everything is going to be just. Everything's going to be right. Nobody's going to take advantage of each other. But then to divide the spoil with the proud. People that are proud, they ain't proud. You can't divide the spoil amongst proud people. They're going to be hiding stuff. They're going to be always thinking about themselves and what they want, what they got to do. But when you with the lowly, everything is going to have a just weight. And that's why you're supposed to watch out who you with these last days. Verse 20, he that handleth the matter wisely shall find good. And whoso trusteth in the Lord, happy is he. It's good to handle a situation properly, right? He that handleth a matter wisely shall find good. And whoso trusteth in the Lord, happy is he. The wise in heart shall be called prudent. The wise in heart should be called prudent. Why? Because prudent means cautious. The cautious in heart should be called what? Prudent. The wise in heart should be called prudent. And the sweetness of the lips increaseth learning. Because he's cautious. And how he talks is going to be learning from being prudent and from being cautious. All right? Verse 22. Understanding is a wellspring of life unto him that hath it, but the instructions of fools is folly. The heart of the wise teacheth his mouth, and addeth learning to his lips. Pleasant words are as an honeycomb, sweet to the soul, and health to the bones. There is a way that seemeth right unto a man, but the end thereof are the ways of death. It seems right to you, but it's not. That's why I said counsel. Before you go out here with like, you and your wife have a problem, man, don't just argue with it. Why don't you just step aside? And sisters, if you have a problem with your husband, just step aside and call your sister in the truth so y'all can talk. Right? But make sure you call a sister that your husband wants you to call, that has a husband that he agrees with. Because if you call another sister out that's in the truth, but remember, she learns from her husband, and her husband and your husband have different doctrines and different understandings. That's where you fall. Again, and this is for you, for me talking to you sisters, there is a way that seemeth right unto a man or a woman. There's a way that seemeth right to you, sis. It's like, I'm going to talk to that sister, she cool, but her head and your head, they don't have the same understanding. You would think we do, but we don't. But the end thereof are the ways of death. It's going to get you put to death because you may end up committing fornication. Ain't that what Eve did with the snake, which is a man? He that laboreth, laboreth for himself, for his mouth craveth it of him. An ungodly man diggeth up evil, and his lips there is a burning fire. A forward man soweth strife. Forward is perverse. A person that will not yield to do what is required of himself. All right. A perverse man, a forward man soweth strife. He's not willing to do what is required of him. He's not willing to yield to that. So he's going to cause an unrighteous competition. That's all it is unrighteous competition, make brothers fight. Brothers going to be competing with each other. That's a forward brother. And a whisper separateth chief friends. Somebody who just keep running their mouth, telling his other brother business. He didn't want you to tell his business. And he's going to cause y'all not to be friends. Verse 29, a violent man enticeth his neighbor and leadeth him into the way that is not good. He shutteth his eyes to devise forward things. Moving his lips, he bringeth evil to pass. He stops seeing what's right because he's not willing to yield, which is required of him. He's not willing to yield. All right. The hoary head is a crown of glory, if it be found in the way of righteousness. He that is slow to anger is better than the mighty, and he that ruleth his spirit than he that taketh a city. The lot is cast into the lap, but the whole disposing thereof is of the Lord. Right? So that's the end of that one. So understand, y'all got to understand what perverse is. I looked in this right here, man. It's much better because it has words in the Bible in there, and it has precepts in there. All right. All right. This is chapter 17, Proverbs chapter 17. Better is a dry morsel and quietness therewith than a house full of sacrifices with strife. People that's not willing to do the right thing, they're going to sacrifice with unrighteous competition. They're going to be competing with each other. But that morsel is a piece of bread or meat, a dry piece of bread or meat. I'd rather eat this dry piece of meat or this dry piece of bread, right? So better is a dry piece of meat and quietness therewith. At least I can eat this dry piece of meat in peace, right? Better is a dry piece of meat and quietness therewith than a house full of sacrifices with strife. A house full of sacrifices with strife. House full of sacrifices, people doing a lot of wrong things. Full of unlawful things and strife. Just competition. Just you'll never be able to get things how they should be. Verse 2, a wise servant shall have rule over a son that causeth shame, and shall have part of the inheritance among the brethren. The fitting pot is for silver, and the furnace for gold, but the Lord trieth the hearts, the mind. You try that pot right there, what's inside your pot, right there. A wicked doer giveth heed to false lips, and a liar giveth ear to a naughty tongue. Whoso mocketh the poor reproacheth his maker, and he that is glad at calamities shall not be unpunished. Children's children are the crown of old men, and the glory of children are their fathers. The glory of children are their flowers, their body, their glory, their body. They look just like their father. Look just like their father. All right. Verse 7. Excellent speech becometh not a fool, but much less do lying lips a prince. Excellent speech becometh not a fool, much less do the lying lips a prince. He said, he's a fool. 8, verse 8. A gift is as a precious stone in the eyes of him that hath it. Whithersoever it turneth, it prospereth. He that covereth a transgression seeketh love, but he that repeateth a matter separateth very friends. A reproof entereth more into a wise man than 100 stripes into a fool. Damn. An evil man seeketh only rebellion. Therefore a cruel messenger shall be sent against him. Ooh, that's Sirach 39:28, that evil messenger, that spirit. An evil man seeketh only rebellion. Therefore a cruel messenger shall be sent against him, that spirit, Most High, of the Most High. Let a bear robbed of her whelps meet a man, rather than a fool in his folly. Whoso rewardeth evil for evil, evil shall not depart from his house. The beginning of strife is as when one letteth out water. Therefore leave off contention before it be meddled with. And that goes with people who play too much with one another. They play too much. You got to watch that. I talk to my bros about that too. But brothers and sisters, let me read that again. Verse 14. The beginning of strife, that unrighteous competition stuff, is as when one letteth out water. It just keeps pouring. Goes all over the person, spreads into things, and even if it goes into a wall, plucks it out, makes it look nasty. Therefore, leave off contention before it be meddled with. So the beginning of strife is as when one letteth out water, it just goes everywhere. Just strife, competition, it's all over the place. There's this, and here's this competition everywhere, right? Therefore, leave off contention before it be meddled with. Therefore, don't make it this is when you make it contentious. Because once it goes everywhere, it gets contentious because that person, it's everywhere, man. It's like, man, I'm getting tired of it. All right. Verse 15. He that justifieth the wicked and he that condemneth the just, even they both are abomination to the Lord. Wherefore is there a price in the hand of a fool to get wisdom, seeing he hath not heart to it? Wherefore is there a price in the hand of a fool to get wisdom? Is there a price? Seeing he hath no heart to it. Seeing that in his heart, he's not trying to work to get it. There's no price in the hand of a fool. He's not going to work hard to get that. He don't want that wisdom. It's not in his heart to do it. That's like with anybody. It's not, you can tell it's not in their heart to do something because he's not going to do it. Verse 17, a friend loveth at all times, and a brother is born for adversity. A man void of understanding striketh hands, and becometh surety in the presence of his friend. He loveth transgressions that loveth strife, and he that exalteth his gate seeketh destruction. He that hath a forward heart findeth no good, and he that hath a perverse tongue falleth into mischief. He that begetteth a fool doeth it to his sorrow, and the father of a fool hath no joy. A merry heart doeth good like a medicine, but a broken spirit drieth the bones. A wicked man taketh a gift out of the bosom to pervert the ways of judgment. Somebody comes with a gift, it's in their chest, and they're holding it. And then what? A wicked man taketh a gift out of the bosom, so the wicked man will come over, okay, I take that, to pervert the ways of judgment. All right, cool, man. He different from you, whatever. See? They take that gift, whatever it is. So you know they taking gift, they pervert it. They're not willing to yield to what is required of them. Courthouses, everything. There's a precept you pull for them. A wicked man pulleth the gift out of the chest to pervert the judgment. Man, he done gave you a gift, bro, because you know that ain't righteousness. You know it ain't righteousness, man. Verse 24, wisdom is before him that hath understanding, but the eyes of a fool are in the ends of the earth. A foolish son is a grief to his father, and bitterness to her that bear him. Also to punish the just is not good, nor to strike princes for equity, fairness. Also to punish the just is not good, nor strike princes for equity. Man. He that hath knowledge spareth his words, and a man of understanding is of an excellent spirit. Even a fool, when he holdeth his peace, is counted wise, and he that shutteth his lips is esteemed a man of understanding. And just be quiet. Hush. They be like, that man can understand. He ain't say nothing. Well, if they don't know that you don't know what you're talking about, just being quiet. And already said, man, I ain't gonna mess with that. Just hushed. All right. Now we're going to go on here to Proverbs chapter 18. All right. This is Proverbs chapter 18, verse 1. Through the desire, a man having separated himself, seeketh and intermeddleth with all wisdom. Again, through desire, a man having separated himself from this truth, seeketh and intermeddleth with all wisdom. Start looking at other books for other things, this book, that book, that book, that book, that book, because he's separating himself. Calm down. None shall want his mate. All you need is the Bible. But this wisdom is talking about Islam, Christianity, talking about Buddha and all the other stuff, other gods, and now verse 2, a fool hath no delight in understanding. Person that don't like moral, civil, dietary, ceremonial laws, they won't. A fool have no delight in understanding, but that his heart may discover itself. All right. When the wicked cometh, then cometh also contempt, and with ignominy reproach. Ignominy is like public disgrace. When the wicked cometh, then cometh all contempt, and with ignominy reproach. So with public disgrace is reproach, correction. Like you humiliated this man. Whenever the wicked cometh, then cometh also contempt. All right? Let's see, where's contempt at? I don't have to wrote it down here somewhere. Ignominy is like disgrace. Contempt is the act of despising, treating someone mean. So when it says, when the wicked cometh, then cometh also contempt. Somebody's acting mean. They just mean. That's when the wicked cometh, they just mean. It could be your brother, it could be your wife or your sister. When they come around, they just mean. When the wicked cometh, then cometh also a mean person. And with ignominy and with disgrace or somebody reproaching you to correct you in a mean way, ignominy with and reproach, ignominy. There's some disgracing you and reproaching you and shaming you, and y'all know about those. It's called your mother-in-law now. That's them right here. Verse 4, the words of a man's mouth are as deep waters, and the well springing of wisdom as a flowing brook. It is not good to accept persons of the wicked, to overthrow the righteous in judgment. A fool's lips enter into contention, and his mouth calleth for strokes. That's when you start talking it. All right. So whenever you do that, that's why with men, there's always a small chance of a fight. That's why you Most High says, subject yourself one to another. And with men, we give each other that respect because we know, hey, you talk to me like that, it's going to be a fight. All right. And that's what these females don't understand. When they start talking like that, they talk like that because they got the woo behind them. That's it. And you got a bunch of beta males that's going to come to her rescue. Verse 7, a fool's mouth is his destruction, and his lips are the snare of the snare of his soul. The words of a talebearer are as wounds, and they go down into an innermost parts of the belly.
It sound like a bike outside. Didn't it? Like a motorcycle?
Verse 9, he also that is slothful in his work is brother to him that is great waster. Verse 9, he also that is slothful in his work is brother to him that is a great waster. The name of the Lord is a strong tower. The righteous runneth into it and is safe. The rich man's wealth is his strong city, and as an high wall in his own conceit. And his what? The rich man's wealth is his strong city, and as an high wall in his own conceit, in his own mind. In a man's mind, his money is his strong tower. That's how people with money is. They're rich. They think their money gonna save them. They think they made it. They think their money is they good. Again, verse 11. Proverbs 18, verse 11. The rich man's wealth is his strong city, and as an high wall in his own imagination. His conceit is imagination. Because money's going to save him. Verse 12, before destruction, the heart of man is haughty, and before honor is humility, right? Haughty is a high opinion of yourself. So before destruction, the heart of man has a high opinion of himself. He thinks highly of himself. Like, I don't know what I'm saying. Just thinks real highly of himself. And before honor is humility. Gotta humble yourself down before you destroy yourself. He that answers a matter before he heareth it is folly and shame unto him. That's like weakness of intellect. Folly is weakness of intellect. All right. So he that answereth a matter before he heareth it, it's like somebody's talking, you answer before they finish talking about. That is a weakness of intellect. And I do it sometimes. I repent from it because I catch myself interrupting people all the time. Not all the time. I used to all the time. Now it's like less and less and less. I'm getting better at it. He that answereth a matter before he heareth it, it is folly and shame unto him. The spirit of a man will sustain his infirmity, but a wounded spirit who can bear? Sustain is strengthen and support. Infirmity. Where did I put that at? Infirmity, physical or mental weakness. So the spirit of a man will sustain his infirmity, his physical or mental weakness. The spirit of a man will sustain his infirmity. The spirit of a man will sustain his infirmity, his weakness or his mental weakness or his physical ability. His spirit, how strong it is. You got a strong spirit? If you got a strong spirit, the spirit of a man will sustain his infirmity, his physical or mental weakness. But watch this. But a wounded spirit who can bear. So the spirit of a man will sustain, will strengthen his physical or mental weakness. His spirit will. His spirit will sustain his mental and spiritual infirmities. How strong you are in spirit. But a wounded spirit who can bear. That wounded spirit, man, oh my goodness. Just, and y'all know what I'm talking about. Just a person with a wounded spirit. You can tell, man. You gotta have a strong spirit that'll sustain your infirmities. You know what I mean? The heart of the prudent getteth knowledge. The heart of a cautious man will get knowledge. He's cautious. And the ear of the wise seeketh knowledge. A man's gift maketh room for him, and bringeth him before great men. His gift. He that is first in his own cause seemeth just, but his neighbor cometh and searcheth him. Yeah, you write your own cause until you get around a brother that know better. And that's why a lot of brothers in the truth, when they come in the truth, a lot of them, not all, but they will still hang out with brothers in the world. Because those brothers in the world don't know them like that. They don't know the truth. And they're really learning themselves. So they're picking off what's wrong with everybody else. And then it helps them learn. So it's a good and bad thing about that. It's a good and bad thing about that. Because you see what everybody else is doing wrong. It's like, nah, I ain't going to do that. The point is to get stronger and hang out with those brothers. Get stronger with those brothers first. Verse 18. The law causes contention to cease, and parteth between the mighty. Let's cast lots to see who's, get this and get that. And, brother just can't come to an agreement. 19. A brother offended is harder to be won than a strong city, and their contentions are like the bars of a castle. A man's belly shall be satisfied with the fruit of his mouth, and with the increase of his lips shall he be filled. Death and life are in the power of the tongue, and they that love it shall eat the fruit thereof. Whoso findeth a wife findeth a good thing, and abideth and obtaineth favor of the Lord. The poor useth uh, the poor useth entreaties, they beg, but the rich answereth roughly. Like, get your begging from me. That's how the rich is. A man that hath friends must sheweth himself friendly, and there is a friend that seeketh closer than a brother. That's what they say. Hey, blood's thicker than water, man. That fool's water. Nah, that friend is sticking to me better than my own brother. All right. I don't know about that. All right, chapter 19, verse 1. Better is the poor that walketh in his integrity than he that is perverse in his lips and is a fool. Hold on, man. I'm gonna share this. All right, give me a second. I'm not gonna do that. I'm not gonna do that. Second, give me a second. Okay, cool. All right, we start chapter 19, verse 1. Better is the poor that walketh in his integrity than he that is perverse in his lips and is a fool. Well, so what's perverse? A person that is not willing to yield to what is required of him. All right? He is required to keep the Lord. So let me get that. That's not it. Okay, I found it. Okay, I'm gonna start at 1. Back at 1 again. It's Proverbs 19:1. Better is the poor that walketh in his integrity than he that is perverse in his lips and is a fool. Also, that the soul be without knowledge, it is not good. And he that hasteth with his feet sinneth. The foolish of men perverteth his way, and his heart fretteth against the Lord. Mm. He irritates the Lord. Fretteth means he irritates the Most High. The foolishness of him just irritates him. Verse 5, a false witness shall not be unpunished, and he that speaketh lies shall not escape. Many will entreat the favor of the prince, and every man is a friend to him that giveth gift. All the brethren of the poor doeth hate him. How much more do his friends go far from him? He pursueth them with words, yet they are wanting to him. He that getteth wisdom loveth his own soul. He that keepeth understanding shall find good. A false witness shall not be unpunished, and he that speaketh lies shall perish. Delight is not seemingly for a fool, much less for a servant to have rule over princes. The discretion of a man deferreth his anger, and it is glory to pass over a transgression. The brother with discretion will pass over a transgression, man, because he's being cautious. But, man, I ain't gonna do that. Nah, not at all, because he's lowly. For one, he's humble, and he's lowly. He's paying attention. All right. Verse 12. The king's wrath is as a roaring of a lion, but his favor is as dew upon the grass. A foolish son is the calamity of his father, and the contentions of a wife are a continual dropping. Verse 14. House and riches are the inheritance of fathers, and a prudent wife is from the Lord. Slothfulness casteth into a deep sleep, and an idle soul shall suffer hunger. He that keepeth the commandments keepeth his own soul, but he that despiseth his ways shall die. He that hath pity upon the poor lendeth unto the Lord, and that which he hath given will he pay him again. Chasteneth thy son while there is hope, and let not thy soul spare for his crying. A man of great wrath shall suffer punishment, for if thou deliver him, yet thou must do it again. Man, that's just like, man, he's sorry. He ain't gonna do it again. Man, just forgive him. You're gonna have to go do that again because he got great wrath. Verse 20. Hear counsel and receive instruction, that thou mayest be wise in thy latter end. There are many devices in a man's heart. Nevertheless, the counsel of the Lord, that shall stand. So he can have a bunch of things that he's going to do in his heart, but the counsel shall stand. The desire of a man is his kindness, and a poor man is better than a liar. The fear of the Lord tendeth to life, and he that hath it shall abide. Okay, 23. The fear of the Lord tendeth to life, and he that hath it shall abide satisfied. He shall not be visited with evil. A slothful man hideth his hand in his bosom, and will not so much as bring it to his mouth again. Smite the scorner, and the simple will beware, and reprove one that hath understanding, and he will understand knowledge. So you smite a scorner, a person that just despises, just talks ish all the time, right? And the simple will beware. And the simple will be like, man, I ain't trying to be like him. And reprove one that hath understanding, and he will understand knowledge. He that wasteth his father and chasteth away his mother is a son that causeth shame and bringeth reproach. Cease means stop, my son, to hear the instructions that cause us to err from the words of knowledge. An ungodly witness scorneth judgment, and the mouth of wicked devoureth iniquity. Judgments are prepared for scorners, and stripes for the back of fools. Deep, deep waters, man. Okay, going to Proverbs chapter 20, verse 1. Wine is a mocker, strong drink is raging, and whosoever is deceived thereby is not wise. So, let me get some real quick, man. Um, so, Proverbs chapter 20, verse 1. Wine is a mocker, strong drink is raging. Strong drink is raging. And whosoever is deceived thereby is not wise. You got 1 Timothy 5 and 23. Strong drink no longer water, but use a little wine for thy stomach's sake and thy often infirmities. What is your infirmities again? You're like physical or mental weakness. It's like, man, you got a lot on your mind. You know what I'm saying? Don't drink water for that. Don't drink a little wine, man. Don't say strong drink, but drink a little wine to take the edge off, just to help you out, man. You know what I'm saying? Um, 1 Timothy 5 and 23. Drink drink no longer water, but use a little wine for thy stomach's sake and thine often infirmities. Some men's sins are open beforehand, going before to judgment, and some men they follow after. Likewise also the good works of some are manifest beforehand, and they that are otherwise cannot be hid. So you're going to follow after those sins, right? Because some men's sins are open beforehand. They just open it. You just don't need to be drinking. Like, bro, you're going to go into a bunch of wicked stuff. All right? Going before to judgment. And some men, they follow after. These sins just keep following after him. Likewise, also, the good works of some are manifest beforehand, and they that are otherwise cannot be hid. Some men's good works keep following after them, and some men's evil works keep following them. It's just when you drink, a lot of that stuff just comes out, and you got to be careful. All right. So, so this is Sirach 27 and 3. Unless a man hold himself diligently in the fear of the Lord, his house shall soon be overthrown. As when one sitteth with the sieve, the spaghetti strainer, that you don't want the spaghetti come out, the water comes out. As when one sitteth with a sieve, the refuse remaineth, the bullshit remains. It's like you got to, you know what I'm saying? You're trying to, you know what I'm saying? All the good stuff comes out and the bullshit remains there, right? So is the filth of man in his talk. The furnace proveth the potter's vessel. So the trial of man is in his reasoning and how he talks, the trial, and what that pressure from getting all that bad stuff out stayed there when you try to sift it, stayed there. And the stuff is just in your talk, in the way you talk. The filth is in the way you talk, right? The furnace proveth the potter's vessel, so the trial of man is in his reasoning. And now the way you talk and the way you reason, you can tell the evil in that man and how he reasons about stuff and how he handles things. You can see the wickedness in him. The fruit declareth if the tree hath been dressed. So is the utterance of a conceit. So is the utterance of your imagination in the heart of a man. So the fruit declareth if the tree hath been dressed. Your fruit and how you act in your words and your doctrines, what you learn and everything else. The fruit declareth if the tree hath been dressed. So is the utterance of a conceit in the heart of man. So is your imagination, how you think. You can tell. We can look at you, you're a tree. And we can tell by your imagination how you think. And I look at you, I'll be looking at people and be like, I can see how you think, man. And it's best that you hang around brothers that can do that, can see that. I can see everything about you, man. I'll be looking at people like, you wicked as hell. Well, this brother, listen, if I told him, I don't think so. But I think so. That's why you always hang out with brothers that can see your tree. All right, I'm gonna say it again. Sirach, Ecclesiasticus chapter 27, verse 3 to 6. Unless a man hold himself diligently, in the fear of the Lord, his house shall soon be overthrown. And when one sifteth with the sieve, like the spaghetti strainer, you want to get the water out and leave the spaghetti there. But with this sieve, the good stuff comes out and the bad stuff stays there. Right? Verse 4, as when one sifteth with a sieve, the refuse remaineth. So the filth of man in his talk. So that stuff that stayed there, that BS, you can see it in your talk. Now watch this. This is how we see it in your talk. Verse 5, the furnace proveth the potter's vessel. So the trial of man is in his reasoning. Now the stuff that stayed there, we can hear it in your talk, but we can also see it in the way you reason. Right? Verse 6, the fruit declareth if the tree hath been dressed. Your fruit that you got declareth have your tree been dressed properly. So is the utterance of a conceit in the heart of man. So is the utterance of a conceit, of an imagination in a man's heart. I see everything. Hey, the Most High is powerful. He shows you how to see things. And then we just see how you are, man. I could tell how your tree is dressed just by listening to you and how you're reasoning. And because your conceit is your imagination. You got a wild imagination, brother. Wild imagination. All right. So we're going to go back to Proverbs chapter 20, verse 1. Wine is a mocker, strong drink is raging, and whosoever is deceived thereby is not wise. The fear of a king is as a roaring of a lion. Whoso provoketh him to anger sinneth against his own soul. It is an honor for a man to cease from strife, but every fool will be meddling. The sluggard will not plow by reason of the cold. Therefore shall he beg in harvest, and have nothing. Counsel in the heart of a man is like deep water, but a man of understanding will draw it out. There's like you have brothers that just come around camp and they just talk and talk, but a brother understanding will pull it out of him. The understanding that he's trying to get to. It's like, all right, bro, right there, yeah. That's what I was talking about. Verse 6, most men will proclaim every one of his own goodness, but a faithful man who can find. Verse 6, most men will proclaim every one of his own goodness. Proclaim. What is that? To announce or declare his perfection. He's sitting there bragging about himself. So Verse 6, most men will proclaim everyone his own goodness. He's just bragging about himself. But a faithful man who can find. Brother ain't finna sit here and talk about himself all day. That brother just proud, man. It's like somebody wants to hear you talk about yourself all day. All right. Verse 7, the just man walketh in his integrity. His children are blessed after him because they walk in their integrity too. A king that sitteth in the throne of judgment scattereth away all evil with his eyes, because he can see your tree. Who can say, I have made my heart clean? I am pure from my sin. Diverse weights and diverse measures, both of them are like abominations to the Lord. Even a child is known by his doings, whether his work be pure and whether it be right. The hearing ear, and the seeing eye, the Lord hath made even both of them. Love not sleep, lest thou come to poverty. Open thine eyes, and thou shalt be satisfied with bread. It is not, saith the buyer, but when he is gone his way, then he boasteth. I lied to him. I said it's not. I was just lying to him. It's not. That's a lie. It's not. It's not. You're a liar. You haven't even thought about what you're doing wrong. Verse 15, there is gold and a multitude of rubies, but the lips of knowledge are a precious jewel. Take his garment that is surety. Take his garment that is surety for stranger. Take his garment that is surety for a stranger, and take a pledge of him for a strange woman. Bread is deceit. Bread of deceit is sweet to a man, but afterwards his mouth shall be filled with gravel. So bread of an imagination, like you just, I imagined it, so I went after it. So bread of imagination is sweet to a man, but afterwards his mouth shall be filled with gravel. Every purpose is established by counsel, and with good advice make war. He that goeth about as a talebearer revealeth secrets, therefore meddle not with him that flattereth with his lips. Whoso curseth his father or his mother, his lamp shall be put out in obscure darkness. An inheritance may be gotten hastily at the beginning, but the end thereof shall not be blessed. Say not thou. I want to go back to this one real quick. I'm going to come back to 22. But where is that at? Yeah. Oh, back to Sirach, Ecclesiasticus 27 and 5. The furnace proveth the potter's vessel, so the trial of man is in the reasoning. The fruit declareth if the tree have been dressed. So is the utterance of a conceit in the heart of man. So this is when your family say that like when you be like, I know what you're talking about, and you tell them something about themselves and they say it's a lie, but you sitting there, you see them. It's like, I see what's going on with you, but you would deny that I'm seeing not what I say I'm seeing. And I see it. And they will deny it. Because you be in these scriptures and you understand what the Most High is saying more than they do. I see a tree. I see the fruit thereof. I see everything that you're doing wrong because I keep the law. I keep it. This is Proverbs 16:1. The preparations of the heart in man and the answer of the tongue is from the Lord. Right here. I see it. Y'all just gotta humble yourself down and ask why, but I see it, man. All right, verse 22. Say not thou, I will recompense evil. This is Proverbs 20:22. Say not thou, I will recompense evil, but wait on the Lord, and he shall save thee. Diverse weights are an abomination unto the Lord, and a false balance is not good. Men's goings of the Lord How can a man then understand his one way? Because man's going is of the Lord. Man leave it, Most High have him go. Verse 25, it is a snare to the man who devoureth that which is holy, and after vows to make inquiry. A wise king scattereth the wicked, and bringeth the will over them. The spirit of man is the counsel of the Lord, searching all the inward parts of the belly. Mercy and truth preserveth the king, and his throne is upholden by mercy. The glory of a young man is their strength, and the beauty of old men is the gray hair. Go read Sirach 7, that and Sirach 3. Sirach 3 first, Sirach chapter 3, then you can go to Sirach chapter 7. All right. The blueness of a wound cleaneth, no, the blueness of a wound cleanseth away evil. So do stripes, inward parts of the belly. Cleans the man, those stripes. Those have to do with diseases, bowels, and all that stuff. So we done with Proverbs, and we're going to move over to Sirach. So we're going to take 10, go to the bathroom, get something to drink and some water, and we'll be back at 3:56. All right. All right. Start with the book of Ecclesiasticus, and then after this, we're going to hit prayers and get about. All right. I had a thing on mute, and I didn't know. So we're going to start at Ecclesiasticus chapter 25 and end out at chapter 20. And I'm going to start with this. Sirach 25 and verse 1. And three things was I beautified and stood up beautiful, both before God and men. The unity of brethren, the love of neighbors, a man and wife that agree together. And he also said something about over here in verse 8. Well is him that dwelleth with a wife of understanding, and that hath not slipped with his tongue, and that hath not served a man more unworthy than himself. And a lot of young men and men in this, a lot of people everywhere, serve people that are unworthy to have servants. And no woman want to see a man, serve a man that's unworthy. That's like, that man's wicked. Why are you working for him? Why are you serving under him? He's wicked. That makes you wicked. All right. And also serve with the woman that has understanding. She understands things. She understands how you are. Period. All right. Verse 2. Three sorts of men my soul hateth, and I am greatly offended at their life. A poor man that is proud, a rich man that is a liar, and an old adulterer that doubteth. That old adulterer doubteth. He err all the time. He just always sleeping with somebody's wife. He's dumb. He just err. You know what I'm saying? He's just err. All right. Verse 3. If thou hast gathered nothing in thy youth, how canst thou find anything in thine age? You haven't done that since you was young. How you gonna find something in your age? All right. You ain't got no experience. Verse 4. How comely a thing is judgment for gray hairs, and for an ancient man to know counsel. Let's go over here real quick, because we got to give you the yin and the yang. Let's go to Job 32 and 9. So again, I read that. Verse 4. Oh, how comely a thing is judgment for gray hairs, and for ancient men to know counsel. So when we go over here to Job 32 and 9, it says, but great men are not always wise, neither doeth the age understand judgment. So yes, it's good to have men of ancient of gray hairs that give you good counsel, but you got to discern and read and understand who's wise and who's not. Because you can't be over here getting understanding from people over here that ain't got no wisdom. Just because they got gray hairs and they old men don't mean they know things. They may give you some old unrighteous BS, some propaganda, and feed you philosophy of men. Yeah, they got gray hair and they got philosophy of men. I know, young man, I've been around. I've been around this block many times, and this is what you don't want to do. You don't want to go against them because you ain't going to get nothing. And don't know the Most High be like, stand up, bump your head against them. The Most High say. That's why you got to get in these scriptures and read. Verse 5, Ecclesiasticus chapter 25, verse 5. Oh, how comely is the wisdom of old men, and understanding and counsel to men of honor. Now, that's going into somebody that ain't gray-headed to have wisdom and understanding that you counsel with. Brothers like me ain't got gray hair, but understanding. Verse 6, much experience is the crown of old men, and the fear of God is their glory. There be 9 things which I have judged in my heart to be happy, and the 10th I will utter with my tongue. A man that hath joy of his children, and he that liveth to see the fall of his enemy. Well is him that dwelleth with a wife of understanding, and that hath not slipped with his tongue, and that hath not served a man more unworthy than himself. Right? Well is him that hath found prudence, and he that speaketh in the ears of him that will hear it. Oh, how great is that! How great is he that findeth wisdom! Yet is there none above him that feareth the Lord. But the love of the Lord passeth all things for illumination. He that holdeth it, whereto shall he be likened? The fear of the Lord is the beginning of his love, and faith is the beginning of cleaving unto him. Right? Give me any plague but the plague of the heart, and any wickedness but the wickedness of a woman. What's the plague of a heart? Concussions, blood poisoning going to your brain, anything that has to do with head injuries and depression. You know what I mean? Verse 14, and any affliction but the affliction from them that hate me, and any revenge but the revenge of enemies. There is no head above the head of a serpent, and there is no wrath above the wrath of an enemy. Yeah. Wrath of an enemy. Those that wrath against you, those are your enemies, man. There's wrathing against you. They don't like you. You know what I mean? And then you got to catch it before people start not to like you. They're not liking you for a reason they're not saying. That's on them. They don't say it, it falls on them. All right, verse 16. I had rather dwell with a lion and a dragon than to keep house with a wicked woman. Let me pull something real quick. Got my little green book. Got my things in here. Let me see something. Where you at, man? Come on. There we go. Yeah. Okay, got that. Gotta get a good understanding on that. Okay. This is Ecclesiasticus chapter 25, verse 16. I had rather dwell with a lion and a dragon than to keep house with a wicked woman. The wickedness of a woman changeth her face and darkeneth her countenance like a sackcloth. Don't no man want to stay in the house with no wicked ass woman. He rather dwell on top of a house with a lion. She's just wicked, man, and she darkened her face like how sackcloth is dark. You can tell her face is getting dark, and she start doing this and everything with her face and everything. And that's how she is. That's a wicked woman. A woman that's her masculine frame. A woman supposed to be feminine at all times. She never jumps out. She never jumps out her feminine nature. She understands. All right. Verse 18, her husband shall sit among his neighbors, and when he heareth it, shall sigh bitterly. And a woman that call you loud in front of your bros is a wicked ass woman. She better not ever come out the door screaming your name loud and calling for you around everybody in her masculine frame. That's wickedness, man. She better text you or come up to you. She better come up to you nicely and speak to you in your ear and like look up in your face and everything else and with respect, calling you out amongst your bros like that. Woman, don't you ever do that. You better come over here and walk up to me and say, excuse me, sir. That's some respect, woman. Put some respect on her name. All right. Verse 19. All wickedness is but little to the wickedness of a woman. Let the portion of a sinner fall upon her. And they always use that. Well, let a portion of a sinner fall upon me. Like, so you're wicked then. That's her admitting she's wicked. That's crazy. You just admitted that you're wicked, woman. She just admitted that she's wicked. That's crazy. Verse 20. As the climbing up a sandy way is to the feet of the aged, so is a wife full of words to a quiet man. You can never get away from him. Just like that old man is climbing up that sandy way, he keep falling back. So is the words of a woman. They just keep coming, and you can't stop them. They just keep coming. She wicked. So is the wicked words from a wicked woman, full of words. Full of words, man. All right. And this is what the Most High said in verse 21. Stumble not at the beauty of a woman, and desire her not for pleasure. That's why you get you an average woman, man, because these pretty girls and this pretty privilege just don't work. They evil, man, because you get caught up in their beauty. Yeah, she a baddie. Yeah, get caught up in her beauty if you want to. That's what's going to happen. You're going to get caught up in her beauty. Get you an average woman. You go down in beauty for submission. Get you an average woman, brothers. Don't get you no beautiful woman because they don't know how to act. And that pretty privilege, they just think that their pretty privilege gets them in all kind of. It does. It does. But it makes it harder to trust that woman because of that. All right. Verse 21, stumble not at the beauty of a woman and desire her not for pleasure. A woman, if she maintain her husband, is full of anger, impudence, and much reproach. That is a woman that you can't now. If a woman tells you that you stay home and let her work, hell no, she gonna hate you. Ain't no woman it ain't even in her DNA, bro. Women are biologically wired, man, to find the best provider and best protector. A woman is not biologically wired to find a man she can take care of. That is stupid. If any brother allow a woman to take care of them, you are stupid. This is Ecclesiasticus chapter 25 and verse 22. A woman, if she maintain her husband, taking care of him, is full of anger, impudence, and much reproach. That's correction. Nigga, you ain't shit. You ain't got no job and nothing like that. Yeah, that's her. Talking about she go to work and you make the money. Because she's jealous. Women are jealous of their own men. A woman is jealous. Don't ever let a woman tell you that you can be a stay-at-home dad, man. No. I'm going to read it again. A woman, if she maintain her husband, is full of anger, impudence, and much reproach. She is not going to have that. That is not in them to do that. A woman is not biologically wired to find a man she can take care of. She is biologically wired to find the best provider and best protector that she can find. So whoever she with, that is the best she can do. What woman is with right now is the best that she can do. And it'd be dumb for her to leave. Because if she think the grass is greener on the other side, she crazy. A man's coming and going is of the Lord. Verse 23, a wicked woman abideth the courage and maketh a heavy countenance and a wounded heart. A woman that will not comfort her husband in distress maketh weak hands and feeble knees. So let's break this up. Abideth, destroy the strength. A wicked woman abideth the courage. A wicked woman destroys the strength of a man. Maketh the heavy face, like, man. Maketh the heavy face. The countenance of face. And a wounded heart. That man just got a headache. He's like, man, this bitch getting on my nerves. A wounded heart. A woman that will not comfort her husband in distress, maketh weak hands and feeble knees. He just don't want to do nothing. It's like, man, I don't feel like doing that, bro. This bitch get on my nerves. I'm just tired right now. I'm gonna go to sleep, bro. I ain't going out. Because, bro, she got you so pissed and you trying to stay so humble. Get away from her. Get away from her. And I'm gonna show y'all. Watch. I'm gonna show y'all. See, I told y'all I'm gonna do a class on how to take the authority back from your wife. I'm gonna show you. Let me tell you. And King David did it best. King David did it best. I'm gonna show y'all. All right, verse 24. Of the woman came the beginning of sin, and through her we all die. Now watch. This is about the woman. Give the water no passage. Like you stop the water. Give the water no passage. Stop that water, right? Neither a wicked woman liberty to gad abroad. Don't let your wife go everywhere. She can't go everywhere. That woman is wicked. She don't know better. These women think they do. They think they so smart. They not smart, bro. When you start reading what the Most High say, she not smart. She got that white man's education. She got her master's education. That's the education. She got her master's education. And she thinks she's something with it. But she wants power. She wants to be a god. She wants to be able to give her opinion. That's why a lot of them like to call you partners. Not all of them, but a lot of them like to call you partners. They want to be 50-50. Ain't no such thing. I don't care if you work or not. Ain't no 50-50 over here. Just accept it. Verse 25, give the water no passage, neither a wicked woman liberty to gad abroad. If she go not as thou wouldest her, if she go not as thou wouldest have her, cut her off from thy flesh and give her a bill of divorce and let her go. So let's break that down. All right. First of all, you got to understand this. Okay. This is Matthew chapter 19, start at verse 3. The Pharisees also came unto him, tempting him, and saying unto him, Is it lawful for a man to put away his wife for every cause? And he answered and said unto them, Have ye not read that he which made them at the beginning made them male and female? And said, For this cause shall a man leave father and mother, and shall cleave to his wife, and they twain shall be one flesh. Wherefore are no more twain, but one flesh. There's no more two of them now, it's just one flesh. That's why she's the flesh of my flesh. You rule over her. What therefore God hath joined together, let not man put asunder. You got wicked camps that pull them asunder. They say unto him, Why did Moses then command to give a writing of divorcement and to put her away? He said unto them, Moses, because of the hardness of your heart, suffered you to put away your wives. But from the beginning it was not so. And I say unto you, whosoever shall put away his wife, except it be for fornication, and shall marry another, committeth adultery. And whoso marry her, which is put away, doeth commit adultery. So this is the only way you put away your wife, is for fornication. But if you put your wife away, at least for fornication, and you marry another woman, you've committed adultery. And if you put your wife away, and she committed adultery with another man, you committed adultery. You caused her to commit adultery. So what is fornication? That's the thing. Let's go. We're going to go up on it. Fornication. Illicit sexual intercourse. Illicit. Let's see. What does illicit mean? Illicit. Forbidden by law, rules or customs against the law. Things that are against the law. That's fornication. Having sex with another man, having sex with another woman, sexual intercourse. Illicit is forbidden by law, rules or customs against the law. Doesn't have to be sex. It doesn't have to be sex, and I'm going to go over it. Fornication runs outside of sex too. So illicit sexual intercourse, adultery, fornication, homosexuality, lesbianism, intercourse with animals, etc. Sexual intercourse with close relatives, Leviticus 18. Sexual intercourse with a divorced man or woman. What's a divorced man? Man that put away his wife. That's what we was talking about right here. Man that puts away his wife, he's committed adultery. All right. Mark 10, 11, and 12. Metaphor. Worship of idols. She starts believing in something else. She starts believing in another God. And that's what we got to get into right there. A woman believing in another God. How can a woman believe in another God? Aren't we guys? Aren't we powers? She started listening to another man, talking to another man. Listening to the things that he says, even on podcasts. You didn't agree for that woman to watch it. She has unsolicited conversations with men in her DMs. Everything else, that's fornication. Got to break it down to her. Works of the flesh. Break it down to her. All right? Of the defilement of idolatry as incurred by eating the sacrifices offered to idols. She's on these holidays. That's fornication. And you told her, that's fornication. That's adultery, bro. And she's getting all these holidays and everything. She's eating at these holidays. It's fornication, man. Give her a bill of divorce and send her by her way. Illicit again, forbidden by law, rules or customs against the law. Incurred, becoming subject to something unclean or unpleasant, or an uncleanness. right? Uncleanness is physical in a moral sense, the impurity of lustful, luxurious, profligate living, of impure motives, physically or morally immoderate. Profligate is reckless and extravagant or wasteful in the use of resources. She has an uncleanness about herself. All right? Extravagant, improvident, prodigal, immoderate, excessive, imprudent, irresponsible, reckless, licentious, promiscuous, and unprincipled in sexual matters. I ain't done yet. I ain't done. So let's go with evil concupiscence. Evil concupiscence is a desire, craving, longing, desire for what is forbidden, lust, or a lust after. Concupiscence is a strong sexual desire, lust, sex drive, and lechery. Lechery is excessive or offensive sexual lustfulness. Lust is a very strong sexual desire. Covet, a yearn to possess or have something. She's coveting, right? Yearn is having an intense feeling of longing for something, typically something that one has lost or been separated from. What else is a fornication? Covetousness. Evil concupiscence is a fornication. Covetousness is a fornication. Okay, covetousness. From a Greek word, plexia, right, is a greedy desire to have more. Right? Covetousness. Avarice, covetous practice. Avarice is an extreme greed for wealth or material gain. Meanness, mean. Acquisitiveness, materialism, rapacity, polexia in the Greek. Fraudulency is the action or quality of cheating, lying, or deceiving someone. Just always deceiving. She has that great, just want to deceive all the time. It's best to look into this fornication yourself or watch the video I'm going over. Avarice, an extreme greed for wealth or material gain. So she wants to serve another master. She is. You tell your wife to do something. You say, hey, do this and do that. She's not listening. And you start to see her tree and the fruit that is on her tree. And you start to understand that the fruit on her tree comes from another tree. And you tell her about it. And you show her the fruits of the flesh. And she continually does it. Cut her off from thy flesh. That's fornication she's doing. She's serving another master. All right. Now we're going to Ecclesiasticus chapter 26. Blessed is the man that hath a virtuous wife, for the number of his days shall be doubled. A virtuous woman rejoiceth her husband, and he shall fulfill the years of his life in peace. A good wife is a good portion, which shall be given in the portion of them that fear the Lord. Whether a man be rich or poor, if he have a good heart towards the Lord, he shall at all times rejoice with a cheerful countenance. There be three things that my mind feareth, and for the fourth I was so afraid. The slander of a city, the gathering together of an unruly multitude, and a false accusation. All these are worse than death. It is. But a grief of heart and sorrow is a woman that is jealous over another woman, and the scourge of the tongue, which communicates with all. And she's going to communicate with everybody about it, even you. And you can see the jealousy in her tongue, in the way she's talking about things. You can tell she's jealous. Don't let her tell you it's not. She's not when you know. All right? All right, verse 7. An evil wife is a yoke shaken to and fro. He that hath hold of her is as though he held a scorpion. A drunken woman and a gatherer abroad causeth great anger, and she will not cover her shame. Over here in Watch this, verse 8 again. A drunken woman and a gatherer abroad causes great anger, and she will not cover her own shame, right? A gatherer drunk and a gatherer abroad. When you go to TORAH, Ecclesiasticus chapter 25, verse 25, give the water no passage, neither a wicked woman liberty to gad abroad. He said it again. Don't let that wicked woman go anywhere she want to go. She can't do that. She can't go wherever she want to go. No, not at all. All right, Ecclesiastes 26, verse 9. The whoredom of a woman mayeth be known in her haughty looks and eyelids. If thy daughter be shameless, keep her in straitly, lest she abuse herself through overmuch liberty. Watch over an impudent eye, and marvel not if she trespass against thee. She will open her mouth as a thirsty traveler, when he hath found a fountain, and drink of every water near her. By every hedge will she sit down and open her quiver against every arrow. And they are like that. Easily manipulated. Women are very easily manipulated, and they are easily to manipulate men. All right? Verse 13. The grace of a wife delighteth her husband, and her discretion will fatten his bones. That's grace. The grace of a woman. The grace of a wife delighteth her husband, and her discretion will fatten his bones. She understands what evil is and what good is. Discretion. She understands evil and good. She understands it. 14. A silent and loving woman is a gift of the Lord, and there is nothing so much worth as a mind well instructed. A shamefaced and faithful woman is a double grace, and her continent mind cannot be valued. As the sun when it arises in the high heaven, so is the beauty of a good wife in the ordering of her house. As the clear light is upon the holy candlestick, so is the beauty of the face in a ripe age. As the golden pillars are upon the sockets of silver, so are a fair feet with a constant heart. My son, keep thy flower of thine age sound, and give not thy strength to strangers. That's that Proverbs 31. That's that First Ezra chapter 3 on. Talking about the authority. All right. Verse 20. When thou hast gotten a fruitful possession throughout all the field, sow it with thine own seed, trusting in thy goodness of thy stock. What's your possession? It's your woman. That's your possession. Sow it with her own seed. Sow her with your own seed. All right. Verse 21. So thy race, verse 20. When thou hast gotten a fruitful possession through all the field, sow it with thy own seed, trusting in the goodness of thy stock. So thy race, which thou leavest, shall be magnified, having the confidence of their good descent. And harlots shall be accounted as spittle. But a married woman is a tower against death to her husband. A wicked woman is given as a portion to a wicked man, but a godly woman is given to him that feareth the Lord. A dishonest woman contemneth shame, but an honest woman will reverence her husband. A shameless woman shall be counted as a dog, but she that is shamefaced will fear the Lord. So what's that? A shameless woman is a bold woman. She's bold. She's quick to say something like she a man. She's bold. That's a bitch. She's very bold, brazen-faced. Okay? Verse 26, a woman that honoreth her husband shall be judged wise of all, but she that dishonoreth him in her pride shall be counted ungodly of all. And a lot of y'all got ungodly women. A loud crying woman and a scold shall be sought out to drive away the enemy. There be two things that grieve my heart, and the third maketh an angry, and the third maketh me angry. A man of war that suffereth poverty, and men of understanding that are not set by, and one that returneth from righteousness to sin. The Lord prepareth such a one for the sword. A merchant shall hardly keep himself from doing wrong, and an huckster shall not be freed from sin. A huckster is a person who plays too much. He jokes too much. He's a jester. That's what that is. That's what a huckster is. So we're on 27. Now I tell you what, this is a cold, cold world. All right, Ecclesiasticus chapter 27, verse 1. Many have sinned for a small matter, and he that seeketh for abundance will turn his eyes away. Many have lied for a small matter. It's just so small. What you lie about that small thing for, man? Verse 2. As a nail sticketh fast between the joinings of the stones, so doeth sin stick close between buying and selling. Lying and undercutting and this and that. So you got to understand there's a lot of lies going between buying and selling. Unless a man hold himself diligently in the fear of the Lord, his house shall soon be overthrown. As one sifteth with a sieve, the refuse remaineth. So the filth of man is in his talk. He's got done talking about that. The furnace proveth the potter's vessel. So the trial of man is in his reasoning. The trial of his examination is in his reasoning, how he reasoned, examination. You can see it. The trial of his reasoning, the examination of his reasoning, it's how he examines things. You got to watch that person, how they examine things and how they look at things is how they examine it. Okay? The fruit declareth the tree have been dressed. So is the utterance of a conceit of the imagination, of a imagination in the heart of man. Praise no man before thou hearest him speak, for this is the trial of men. Praise no man before thou hearest him speak, for this is the trial of men. What? Listening to how he talks, examining how he talks. That's how you see his truth. You examine how he talks. If thou followest righteousness, thou shalt obtain her, and put her on as a glorious long robe. The birds will resort into their like. Remember, the birds will resort unto their like. So will truth return unto them that practice in her. Verse 10. As the lion lieth in wait for the prey, so sin for them that work iniquity. The discourse of a godly man always with him. Preserve the time. Be continually among men of understanding. Its risk is irksome. The discourse of fools is irksome, and their sport at one time it's like they love sins. It's like they're promiscuous with sin. That's one time. Promiscuous. They just love that sin. The talk of him that answers upright, and their brawls make one stop his ears. 15. The strife of the proud is bloodshedding, and their revelry are grievous to the ear. Whoso discovereth secrets loseth his credit. Whoso discovereth secrets loseth his credit, and shall never find friend to his mind. Love thy friend, and be faithful unto him. But if thou bewarest his secrets, follow no more after him. You don't let people know his secrets. You're out there telling people his secrets. For as a man hath destroyed his enemy, so hast thou lost the love of thy neighbor. Just like you lost an enemy, you lost that brother. For as a man hath destroyed his enemy, so hast thou lost the love of thy neighbor. As one that letteth a bird go out of his hand, so hast thou let thy neighbor go, and shalt not get him again. Follow after him no more, for he is too far off. He is as a roe escaped out of the snare. As for a wound, it may be bound up, and after reveling, there may be reconciliation. But he that bewareth secrets is without hope. A person that always telling somebody's business, he's without hope. Nobody wants you around, man. You just be talking about people's business, man. 22. He that winketh with his eyes worketh evil, and he that knoweth him will depart from him. When thou art present, he will speak sweetly, and will admire thy words. But at the last he will wither his mouth and slander thy saying. He going, man, that fool, yeah, worry about him. He a liar, man. He gonna slander your sayings. 24. I have hated many things, but nothing like him, for the Lord will hate him. Whoso casteth a stone on high, casteth it on his own head, and a deceitful stroke shall make wounds. Whoso diggeth a pit shall fall therein, and he that setteth a trap shall be taken therein. He that worketh mischief, it shall fall upon him, and he shall not know whence it cometh. Mockery and reproach are from the proud, but vengeance as a lion shall lie in wait for them. They that rejoice at the fall of the righteous shall be taken in the snare, and anguish shall consume them before they die. Malice and wrath, even these are abominations, and a sinful man shall have them both. Malice is just liking somebody for not liking somebody for no reason at all. And wrath, even these are abominations, and the sinful man shall have them both. Not liking somebody for no reason. Just a simple man. All right. I'm gonna let the soldiers and y'all take over this.
All right, Shalom. All right, this is Sirach chapter 28, verse 1. He that revengeth shall find vengeance from the Lord, and he will surely keep his sins in remembrance. All right, just like the Most High said before, the vengeance is of the Most High. So, you know, if you should vengeance on somebody, you should remembrance. Forgive thy neighbor the hurt that he hath done unto thee, so shall thy sins also be forgiven when thou prayest. All right, like the Most High also said, man, you know, forgive thy brother so the Most High can forgive, so that Yahweh Shai can forgive you. All right, one man beareth hatred against another, and doeth he seek pardon from the Lord. All right, so it says, one man beareth hatred from another, and doeth he seek pardon from the Lord. He sheweth no mercy to a man which is like himself, and doeth he ask forgiveness of his own sins. Mm. So he sheweth no mercy to a man which is like himself. So a man that is just like him, you know what I'm saying? Like a lot of people say, you know, saying we're all humans. So he sheweth no mercy to a man like himself, and doeth he ask for forgiveness of his own sins. All right, so while he's not showing mercy to someone else, he's not asking for mercy from the Most High. So it's just the thing is, it's just not. The thing is just unfair, kind of type of thing that's going on.
And he wasn't showing mercy to him, but he want mercy.
If he that is but flesh nourish hatred, who will entreat for pardon of his sins? Remember thy end. Let enmity cease, corruption and death, and abide in the commandments. Remember the commandments, and bear no malice to thy neighbor. Remember the covenant of the highest, and wink at ignorance. All right, so, you know, malice and ignorance and just wickedness that comes away from people, you know, you're just supposed to wink at it and, you know, say, just let it brush off your shoulder.
The Most High does. He'll wink at your ignorance.
Come.
Your lack of intellect.
Huh? So what?
So he'll wink at your folly. Folly is a lack of intellect.
Abstain from strife, and thou shalt diminish thy sins. For a furious man shall kindle strife. A sinful man disquieteth friends, and maketh debate among them that be at peace. Or, you know what I'm saying? Them that, you know, the people that be chilling and everything, but you got that one dude that just always stirring up some trouble around people. You know what I'm saying? Make people not want to be around him. Or he disquiet his friends. You know what I'm saying? He's pushing away friends from him because he's always strifing with somebody. Right? As the matter of the fire is, so it burneth. And as a man's strength is, so is his wrath. And according to his riches, his anger riseth. And the stronger they are which contend, the more they will be aflamed. So I'm reading it again. As the matter of a fire is, so it burneth. All right, so a fire burns. And as a man's strength is, so is his wrath. All right, so, you know, a strong man, you know, a person that's prideful in his strength, you know, the more his wrath is, the more, you know, his fire kindles. And according to his riches, his anger riseth. All right, the more strong he is, the more rich he is, you know, the more prideful he is, his fire is stronger. And the stronger they are which contend, and someone else that contends them, or he sees someone else, right, and he starts to be envious or jealous of that person, and he feels like that person is contending, the more his pride is going to be inflamed, right? That fire that he has, right? And hasty contention kindleth a fire, and in hasty fighting sheddeth blood. If thou blow the sparkle, if thou blow the spark, it shall burn. If thou spit upon it, it shall be quenched, and both these come out of thy mouth. So basically, you can control what happens to a flame, all right, to a person that has a burning flame, all right, by your mouth, because either you can blow on that flame, on that spark, and it turns into a fire, or you can spit on it and it quenches, all right. So however you treat the situation, however you know what I'm saying, go with the situation. It can go both ways, but both of them are controlled by your mouth. Curse the whisperer and double-tongued, for such have destroyed many that were at peace. A backbiting tongue hath disquieted many, and driven them from the nation to nation. Strong cities hath pulled it down, and overthrown the houses of great men. A backbiting tongue hath cast out virtuous women, and deprived them of their labors. Whoso hearkeneth unto it shall never find rest, and never dwell quietly. The stroke of the whip maketh marks in the flesh, but the stroke of the tongue breaketh the bones. Many have fallen by the edge of the sword, but not so many as have fallen by the tongue. Well, he is that is defended from it, and hath not passed through the venom thereof, who hath not drawn the yoke thereof, nor hath been bound in her bands. For the yoke thereof is a yoke of iron, and the bands thereof are band of brass. The death thereof is an evil death. The grave were better than it. It shall not have rule over them that fear the God, neither shall they be burnt with the flame thereof. Such as forsake the Lord shall fall into it, and it shall burn in them, and not be quenched. It shall be sent upon them as a lion, and devour them as a leopard. Look that thou hedge thy possession about with thrones, and bind up thy silver and gold, and weigh thy words in a balance, and make a door and bar for thy mouth. Beware thou slide not by it, lest thou fall before him that lieth in wait. All right, so that's chapter 28. We go to chapter 29. All right. He that is merciful will lend unto his neighbor. All right, and he that strengtheneth his hand keepeth the commandments. Lend to thy neighbor in time of his need, and pay thou thy neighbor again in due season. Keep thy word, and deal faithful with him, and thou shalt always find the thing that is necessary for thee. Many, when a thing was lent them, reckoned it to be found, and put them to trouble to help them. Till he hath received, he will kiss a man's hand, and for his neighbor's money he will speak submissively. All right, so until someone receives something, right, he's going to kiss a man's hand, right? So basically, he's going, you know, what I'm saying, basically kiss his butt for him just to get something. All right, he's going to speak submissively, all right, until he gets it. He's going to act all nice, be the nice guy to the person until he gets something, right? But when he should repay, he will prolong the time and return words of grief and complain of the time. All right, but when it's time for him to repay something, and he's gonna look, man, you ain't broke, or just stuff that Jake is saying, man. If he prevail, he shall hardly receive the half, and he will count as if he had found it. If not, he hath deprived him of his money, and he hath gotten him an enemy without cause. He payeth him with cursings and railings, and for honor he will pay him disgrace. Many therefore have refused to lend for other men's ill dealing, fearing to be defrauded. Right? I'm gonna say that again. Many thereof have refused to lend for other men's ill dealing, fearing to be defrauded. Yet have thou patience with the man in poor estate, and delay not to show him mercy. All right, so you delay to give someone money, for their ill dealing, saying when they're up to no good. All right, but don't have no type of no type of hesitation to lend to a poor man. All right, help the poor for the commandment's sake, and turn them not away because of his poverty. Lose thy money for thy brother and thy friends, and let it not rust under a stone to be lost. All right, so if you lend someone, if you lend your brother some money, you know, what I'm saying, you're not supposed to, you know, let rust. Like just
bad blood between each other.
right. Lay up thy treasure according to the commandments of the Most High, and it shall bring thee more profit than gold. Shut up alms in the storehouses, and it shall deliver thee from all affliction. All right. It shall fight for thee against thine enemies, better than a mighty shield and strong spear. An honest man is surety for his neighbor, but he that is impudent will forsake him. Forget not the friendship of thy surety, for he hath given his life for thee. A sinner will overthrow the good estate of his surety, and he that is of an unthankful mind will leave him in danger that delivered him. Suretyship shall have undone many of the good estate, and shake them as a wave of the sea. Mighty men hath they driven from their houses, so that they wandered among strange nations. A wicked man transgressing the commandments of the Lord shall fall into suretyship, and he that understandeth and followeth other men's business for gain shall fall into suits. Help thy neighbor according to thy power, and beware that thou art thyself fall not into the same. All right, so help thy neighbor according to thy power. So, you know, you can only give a man of, you know, what you know that you can give, because if you give him too much, you'll fall just like him, just like him. You know what I'm saying? You don't want to give so much to somebody where you broke just like him now. You know what I'm saying? Now you can't even help yourself. Right? The chief thing for life is water and bread and clothing and in the house to cover shame. Better is the life of a poor man in a mean cottage than delicate fare in another man's house. Be in little or much, hold thee content, that thou hear not the reproach of thy house. For it is a miserable life to go from house to house, for where thou art a stranger, thou darest not open thy mouth.
That was a good one. Verse 23. Be it little or much, hold thee contented, that thou hear not the reproach of thy house. Your old houses start correcting your own stuff. Be it little or much, hold thee contented. What's contented? Be it contented. Is happy and at ease, content satisfied. So it's what was that, 23. Be it little or much, hold thee contented, happy and at ease, that thou hear not the reproach of thy house. So be it little or much, don't take it easy.
Don't take it easy.
No, like really take it easy. Don't be little or much. You know, don't take things too lightly. Don't take things overboard. Be over righteous, but like be kind of in the middle. You know what I'm saying? Be in the middle. What would you say that would be? Be fair. Be it little or much. Hold ye contented, and hold yourself happy again. That thou hear not the reproach of thy house. Okay, I get it. So just be cool with things. Just be cool with things. Don't take things way out of proportion, and don't take things too light when you let get away with stuff. Have a just weight house. Be happy and at ease about things in your house. Or you gonna hear that reproach? Oh, you just so mean about this. You don't let me do this, and don't let me do that type of stuff. Get it?
Verse 26, come thou stranger, and furnish a table, and feed me of that thou hast ready. Give place thou stranger to an honorable man. My brother cometh to be lodged, and I have need of my house. These things are grievous to a man of understanding, the upbraiding of house room and reproaching of a lender. You said the 30, right?
30.
Huh?
30.
What?
You want me to do 30?
What?
Shalom. 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 Yeah, it was a beautiful precept. You know. Okay. Now, chapter 30 is about raising your son. So you raising your son, you come over here to chapter 30, man. Chapter 30 and chapter 3 and chapter 7. Okay? So this is Ecclesiasticus chapter 30, verse 1. He that loveth his son calleth him oft to fill the rod, that he may have joy of him in the end. So you got to have him fill that rod one to put him in correction and put him in check so he don't grow up and be a little a-hole, man. All right. He that chastiseth his son shall have joy in him, and shall rejoice of him among his acquaintances. He that teacheth his son grieveth the enemy, and before his friends he shall rejoice of him. And so, because you got your son, they're gonna try to come at your son. You know how you at camp, and I'm at camp. They don't even know he's my son. And they'll come at him and this and get cut up, and I just sit there and be like, just keep getting cut up. Y'all, and then they find out he my son. Like, oh, okay, good young man. Hey, grieving my enemies, man, grieving my enemies. Verse 4. Though his father die, yet he is as though he were not dead, for he hath left one behind him that is like himself. So, are you supposed to be like your father? Yes. When it comes to judgment, it comes to the Most High's laws and everything, and you take a lot of his characteristics. All right. Verse 5. While he lived, he saw and rejoiced in him. And when he died, he was not sorrowful. He left behind him an avenger against his enemies, and one that shall requite kindness to his friends. You continue on things. Like your bros used to come over for barbecues and stuff every this often, and your son just continue the stuff and keep it going. And everybody's still coming over. Your son still continues on to do the same thing. Verse 7. He that maketh too much of his son shall bind up his wounds, and his bowels will be troubled at every cry. Because you brag on your son all the time. My son this, hey, my son that. And then when your son is not around you, or he around you, and people ask him questions, you make him, he's nervous because his father done made it seem like he's like can't do no wrong. All right. Verse 8, and horse not broken becometh headstrong, and a child left to himself will become willful. Let me see. And verse 9, conquer thy child, and he shall make thee afraid. Play with him, and he will bring thee to heaviness. So conquer is spoiling your child. Spoil that child. He shall make thee afraid. Play with him. He thinking you playing all the time. Watch. If he think you playing all the time, he will bring thee to heaviness. Because he think you playing. All right? Laugh not with him, lest thou have sorrow with him. And lest thou garnish thy teeth in the end. Give him no liberty in his youth, and wink not at his follies. You don't give your son all that liberty in his youth, man. You don't do, nah, young man, you're not going everywhere. No, 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 no. So I don't let my bond go everywhere. He don't need to go everywhere. He don't need to be out there doing all that. I wait till he get a certain age and let him go out and do that. The scripture says it right here. Give him no liberty in his youth, and wink not at his follies. Don't let all that stuff go. Nope. Like when your son be like, man, I don't let nothing go, man. No, let nothing go. I ain't let none of that go. No bomber clot team, man. No bomber clot team. Let nothing go. Not at all, man. Come on. Verse 11, give him no liberty in his youth, and wink not at his follies. Bow down his neck while he is young, and beat him on the sides while he is a child. That's what I do. Right on the side of his thighs. Right there. That's it. At least he wax stubborn and be disobedient unto thee, and so bring sorrow to thine heart. You got Proverbs 23 and 13 about that, man. And he'll bring sorrow to your heart, man, if you don't beat him on them sides. Chasten thy son and hold him to labor, lest his lewd behavior be an offense to thee. Lewd. Lewd. Let's see what lewd. Meaning of lewd.
Renowned warrior.
I didn't say lewd. I said lewd. You better get it together, Google. I'm gonna slap you, woman. Lewd, crude and offensive in sexual way. So, chaste thy son and hold him to labor, lest his lewd behavior be an offense unto thee. So, if you got to chaste thy son and hold him to labor, lest his lewd, that means he has time to do what? Pornos. Lewd is a crude and offensive in sexual way. Vulgar, crude, smutty, dirty, obscene, filthy, tasteless, unseemly of behavior or actions not proper or appropriate. It's not proper, like he's just whacking his meat all day. You know. Verse 14, better is the poor being sound and strong in constitution than a rich man that is afflicted in his body. Health and good state of body are above all gold, and a strong body above infinity wealth. I say it again. Health and good state of body are above all gold, and a strong body above infinity wealth. There is no riches above a sound body, and no joy above the joy of the heart. Yeah, keep thy flower sound. Death is better than a bitter life or continual sickness. Delicates poured upon a mouth shut up are a mess of meat set upon a grave. What good doeth the offering unto an idol? What good does a sacrifice? What good doeth an offering unto an idol? For neither can it eat nor smell. So is he that is persecuted of the Lord. He seeth with his eyes and groaneth, and as an Enoch that embraceth a virgin in a sigh. Okay. He seeth with his eyes and groaneth as an Enoch that embraceth a virgin and sigh. Give not over thy mind to heaviness, and afflict not thyself in thy own counsel. The gladness of the heart is the life of man, and the joyfulness of a man prolongeth his days. Love thine own soul, and comfort thy heart. Remove sorrow far from thee, for sorrow hath killed many, and there is no profit therein. Envy and wrath shorteneth the life, and carefulness bringeth age before time. A cheerful and good heart will have care of his meat and diet. That's like eating in moderation. So, all right, cool. We finna get to the prayers. Give me 5 minutes to use the bathroom, and we'll start up on a. All right. Amayim upon Jerusalem. Everybody face the east towards the land. We're gonna go start from the English, Hebrew, then the Spanish. Is that right here? Right. English. Here, I'm listening. And the other one that way. English. Our Father, which art in heaven, hallowed be thy name, Yahweh, thy kingdom come, thy will be done, here on earth, as it is in heaven. Give us this day our daily bread, and forgive us our debts, as we forgive our debtors, and lead us not into temptation, deliver us from evil. Thine is the kingdom, and the power, and the glory forever. Amen. Hashem, Yahushua, Hamashiach, Amen. This is the Abanawa prayer found in the book of Matthew, chapter 6, verse 9 through 13. The same prayer, so it's not probably y'all just went over, but in the Hebrew. And it goes, Abanawa,
Shemaya,
Bashmaya, Dash,
Dash,
Hayat,
Hayat,
Shukar,
Shukar,
Yahweh,
Yahweh,
Allah Fakar,
Balakukar,
Tawa'a,
Taba'a,
Ratazaka,
Ratazak,
Hayat,
Hayat,
Rishak,
Rishak,
Ratazak,
Baratazak,
Hayat,
Kahayat,
Bashmaya,
Bashemaya, Now,
Come,
Mahum,
Koyabun,
Koyabun,
Masalakina,
Wasalakina,
Kapawatina,
Kabawatina,
Kasalakina,
Kasalakina,
Kapawatina,
Kabawatina,
Wala'a,
now,
Now, Benesai One,
Benesai One,
Abo, Awashina,
Shina,
Ramran,
Ramran,
Kaya,
Kaya,
Baka,
Baka,
Malak,
Malakwa,
Allah, Hashem,
Hashem,
Yahushua,
Yahushua,
Mashiach, Amen.
Padre nuestro que estás en el cielo, santificado sea tu nombre. Venga a nosotros por reino. Danos la voluntad en la tierra como en el cielo. Danos hoy nuestro pan de cada día. Perdona nuestras ofensas como también nosotros perdonamos a los que nos ofenden. No nos dejes caer en la tentación y líbranos del mal.
Hashem, Yahushua, Mashiach, Amen. Now we go to the Asherah, found in the books of Psalms, found in the book of Psalms, chapter 84, verse 4, chapter 145, verse 15, chapter 145, verse 1, top to bottom, chapter 115, verse 18 to 19. Blessed are they that dwell in thy house. They will still be praising thee, Selah. Happy is that people that is in such a case. Yea, happy is that people whose Allahah is Yahweh. I will extol thee, my Allahah, O King, and I will bless thy name forever and ever. Every day will I bless thee, and I will praise thy name forever. Great is Yahweh, and greatly to be praised, and his greatness is unsearchable. One generation shall praise thy works to another, and shall declare thy mighty acts. I will speak the glorious honor of thy majesty, and of thy wondrous works, and men shall speak of thy might, of thy terrible acts. And I will declare thy greatness. They shall abundantly utter the memory of thy great goodness. They shall sing of thy righteousness. Yahweh is righteous, Salah. Yahweh is gracious and full of compassion, slow to anger and of great mercy. Yahweh is good to all, and his tender mercies over all his works. All thy works shall praise thee, O God, and thy saints shall bless thee. They shall speak of the glory of thy kingdom and talk of thy power, to make known to the sons of men his mighty acts, and the glorious majesty of his kingdom. Thy kingdom is an everlasting kingdom, and thy dominion endureth throughout all generations. Yahweh upholdeth all that fall, and raiseth up all those that be bowed down. Everybody, bow down. The eyes of all wait upon thee, and thou givest them their meat. See, thou openest thy hand and satisfiest the desire of every living thing. Yahweh is righteous in all his ways, and holy in all his works. Yahweh is nigh unto all them that call upon him, to all that call upon him in truth. He will fulfill the desire of them that fear him, and also will hear their cry, and will save them. Yahweh preserveth all them that love him, but all the wicked will he destroy. My mouth shall speak of the praises of Yahweh, and let all flesh bless his holy name forever and ever. But we will bless the Yahweh from this time forth and forevermore. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah,
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah,
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah,
Bahashem,
Hashem,
Yahushua, Mashiach,
Mashiach,
Amen.
First three prayers of the Amada, Allah,
Hallelujah.
Barak,
Barak,
Atah, Allah, 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 Ya,
Ya,
Nawa, Allah, Ya, Abaraham, Allah, Ya, Yatazkat, Allah, Ya, Yaqub, Allah, Shaya, Allah, Ayman, Gamal, Kasarayam, Barak, Atah, and Allah, Magan, Abraham, Kapoor, Sayawa, Kapoor, Abraham, Yahweh, Makayam, Maya, Alama, Laka, Malak, Awalam, Mamaya, Makaya, Barak, Yahweh, Makaya, Matayam, Warsha, Shem Yahweh,
Yahweh,
Ata,
Atah,
Kadayash,
Kadayash,
Washuka,
Washukam,
Kadawash,
Kadawash,
Wakadawashio,
Wakadawashi,
Bako,
Bako,
Yawam,
Yawam,
Allah,
Allah,
Barak,
Barak,
Ata,
Atah,
Yahweh,
Yahweh,
Ha'ala,
Ha'ala,
Hakadawash,
Kadawash,
blessed are you,
blessed are you,
Yahweh,
Yahweh,
our fathers,
our fathers,
Father Abraham,
our Abraham,
our Isaac,
our Isaac,
our Yaakov,
our Yaakov,
Almighty power,
Almighty power,
high power,
high power,
shows mercy,
who bestows mercy,
blessed are you,
blessed are you,
Yahweh,
Yahweh,
Shield of Abraham,
Shield of Abraham,
Mighty Yahweh,
you're mighty,
forever.
forever.
Yahweh,
Yahweh,
receive the dead,
who saves the dead,
who is compared to you,
who's compared unto you,
King of eternity,
King of eternity,
who caused death,
who caused death,
and gives life.
and gives life.
Blessed are you,
Blessed are you,
Yahweh,
Yahweh,
who gives life
who gives life
to the dead.
to the dead.
You are holy, Yahweh,
You are holy,
and
Yahweh,
your name is holy.
and your name is holy.
One,
And the Holy One,
every day, praise you, forever.
forever.
Blessed are you,
Blessed are you,
Yahweh,
Yahweh,
our
our hope.
Hashem,
Hashem,
Yahushua,
Yahushua,
Mashiach,
Hamashiach. Amen. A psalm for the Shabbath day. It is a good thing to give thanks unto Yahweh, and to sing praises unto thy name, O Most High. To shew forth thy loving kindness in the morning, and thy faithfulness every night. Upon an instrument of 10 strings, and upon a psaltery, upon the harp with a solemn sound. For thou, Yahweh, hast made me glad through thy works. I will triumph in the works of thy hands, Yahweh. How great are thy works, and thy thoughts are very deep. A brutish man knoweth not, neither doeth a fool understand this. When the wicked spring as the grass, when all the workers of iniquity will flourish, it is that they shall be destroyed forever. But thou, Yahweh, art most high forevermore. For lo, thine enemies, Yahweh, for lo, thine enemies shall perish. All the workers of iniquity shall be scattered. But my horn shalt thou exalt like the horn of a unicorn. I shall be anointed with fresh oil. My eye also shall see my desire on my enemy. And my ears shall hear my desire of the wicked that rise up against me. The righteous shall flourish like the palm tree. He shall grow like a cedar in Lebanon. Those that be planted in the house of Yahweh shall flourish in the courts of Allah. They shall still bring forth fruit in old age. They shall be fat and flourishing, to shew that Yahweh is upright. He is my rock, and there is no unrighteousness in him. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah,
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah,
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah,
Hashem, Yahushua, Mashiach. Amen. All right, this is the Ayanawa. It is our duty to praise the Master of all, to ascribe greatness to an author of creation, who has not made us like the nations of the land, nor placed us like the families of the earth, who has not made our portion like theirs, nor our destiny like all their multitude. For they worship vanity and emptiness, and pray to a God who cannot save. But we bow in worship, and thank the Supreme King of Kings, the Holy One. Blessed be He, who extends the heavens and establishes the earth, whose throne of glory is in the heavens above, and whose power's presence is in the highest of heights. He is our God. There is no other. Truly, He is our King. There is none else. As it is written in the Torah, ye shall know and take to heart this day that Yahweh is Elohim in the heavens above, and on the earth below there is no other. Hallelujah.
Hallelujah,
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah,
Hallelujah.
Hallelujah,
Hashem,
Hashem,
Yahushua,
Hashem,
Mashiach.
Mashiach.
Amen. Shema Yahshua Yahweh Yahweh Echad. Shema Yahshua Yahweh Yahweh Echad. Shema Yahshua Yahweh Echad. Yahweh Echad. Shema Yahshua Yahweh Elohim Yahweh Echad.
There is world of God's words.
Kind.
To 10 commandments, love, love thy neighbor like cold, Anya, Yahweh, Alahayaka, Ashura, Awataza, Atika, Marakaza, Mabathim, La'a, Yahaya, Aka, Alahayim, Akharim, Alanya, La'a, Ta'isha, Laka, Masol, Wala'a, Ta'adam, La'a, Korka, Asham, Yahweh, Ashwa, Zakar, Hayawam, Hashabath, Nakadashwa, Kabad, Amuka, Wa, Amuka, La'a, Kabatazah, La'a, 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 Shakur, La'a, Takamad, Go, Ashura, La'Ra'ika. First greatest commandments, Yahweh is one. I should love Yahweh thy God with all thy heart, with all thy soul, with all thy might. Second greatest commandments, Ra'aka la'aka pama la'aka tar'ath, Vanya anka wa'apata la'ra'aka kamaka ani Yahweh. Thou shalt not avenge nor bear any grudge against the children of thy people. Thou shalt love thy neighbor thyself. Yahweh. This is Zakwan Hasha'ah, memorial of the woman. Now when Yahweh Shai was in Bethany, in the house of Simon the leper, there came unto him a woman, having an alabaster box of very precious ointment, and poured it on his head, and he sat at meat. But when the disciples saw it, they in a nation, saying, to what purpose did his waste? But his ointment might have been sold for 300 pence when his wages, they give it to the poor. When Yahweh Shai understood it, he said unto them, why trouble ye the woman? For she hath wrought a good work upon me. For ye have the poor always with you, but me hath not always. For that she hath poured this ointment on my body, she did it for my burial. Verily I say to you, wheresoever this gospel shall be preached in the whole world, then shall also this, that this woman hath done me told memorial of her. Hallelujah. 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 Hashem. Hashem. Yahusha. Yahusha. Mashiach. Mashiach.
All right, everybody. The water for sticking through. The water Yahweh. Barakatah Yahweh. Barakatah Yahweh. Barakatah Yahweh Shai. Shalom. Yahweh Shem Yashai. Barakatam. Shalom, everybody.